Oh, fuck. Echo. Okay. Oh, chat. If you don't see me tomorrow, it's because my neighbors throw me out. If I'm not here tomorrow, it's my neighbor's fault. Because we're gonna play Puppy Playtime, and it's really fucking late. Fuck me, man. Where's my wax?
Shut! Where's my wax?
Oh, I found it. Don't eat wax, child! You're gonna be constipated. What the fuck? Can't be as constipated as you. Just you wait, chat. Just you wait. Just you wait, chat. You'll spend enough time in here. You know how women sing their periods? If you spend enough time with me, you might get constipation just like me as well. You never know, chat. You never know. Thank you for the subby. Ben, Kai, Raging, and Sakura. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. I'm super late. I had to do stuff. I'm sorry. It could not wait. It had to be done today. Fuck me. Oh, to-do list. Hold up. I found another thing I have to do. To-do list. I can do that right now. I think too late, but I said to-do list and I'm typing to Buska and he instantly goes in all caps, am I your to-do list now? I have an actual to-do list, bitch. Now I just realized I used the wrong to-do list. I used my stream idea list. Boom. Get a first edition V-Card booster box. Oh, shit. What? Nice. Congrats. Hey, yo, Eva, let's go. Dude, Buska has a bunch of cards. I told you guys I gave Buska a box. Gamersupps is also sending Buska another box. And me, most likely. Hopefully, maybe. And I have one box for family. They will all have to share one of them. Buska has cards I don't have yet. That's crazy. He has like...
Am I on your to-do list, Peeposhi? Anyway, hi. I hope you've been well, pretty Lily Shy love.
I've been doing really well, thank you. What card did he get? He has a shiny Bradley that I don't have yet. He has a shiny Bradley. He has a ultra rare Lena that I don't have, and he has a Laner artist card. So that's sick. He also has Buff Pup artist card as well. Very jealous of those. Thank you, Crystal, for tier 3. I saw someone selling a box for $600 on eBay. That's crazy. Yes, I can speak German. I don't speak German on stream because usually the second I say even just one thing in German, all of chat goes German for like 5 hours. Um, 9. I had talked with my mom recently. Speaking of German, I talked with my mom, and I had no idea how difficult it was gonna be to explain to my mom, like, what it is I'm doing. Nobody! Wait, you're streaming? I was literally gonna message you later tonight and be like, hey, hope your tour has been cool. I hope you had a cool time touring. This bitch already back to stream. What the heck? As a short stream? I will have probably a short stream today as well. It's not gonna be very long, I don't think. I'm very late. I think we'll just come out of starting soon screen and go straight into just chatting, I think. Oh, it's a hotel room stream! Ah, okay. Een afgeladen zinderbouw. No, I don't think in German anymore, unironically. I'm not even kidding. I don't think in German anymore. And I think that started as soon as I full-time streamed, because when you go into the streaming world in non-German, you will come to realize that a lot of terminology and the way things work is stuff that you only learn the English terms for. Like, I don't know what half of the things are called in non-German. You know what I mean? It's hard to explain, but like, when you pick up a new thing and you only know the English terminology, eventually you'll start thinking in English only, because it doesn't even... You don't even know what the German equivalent is, because you don't even... This whole Twitch thing, it's never been in German for me. You know what I feel? It's like, imagine becoming a veterinarian, like a vet tech, an animal doctor, and your main language is German, but the second you become a vet, it is in English. You will start thinking in English at the job, because you've never even learned the German equivalent to half of these things, you know? So that's with me in streaming. Ever since full-time streaming, I stopped thinking in German, because it's just... I don't even know half of the German terminology for these things. I forgot how to say butterfly. Dude, sometimes I forget a word in German, but that's just because I have like those like blackouts sometimes. Sometimes I don't know a word in German or English, and I only know the other one. That's just how it is. I don't know.
Good evening, Lily and chat. Happy Sunday,
Hello,
everybody.
Vika.
Hope everyone is having an amazing day today.
I
Also,
am,
do
thank
we
you.
need Discord Bing and going live tweet? Also, welcome in Noombers.
Welcome, Numbers. Yeah, welcome, Numbers. Dude, same. I don't always think in words all the time either. I just think. It isn't words, it's just a process. Social Cola, thank you for tier 3. Thank you. I'm curious. In a video you said I had a Bugatti. Is that true? Yes.
Good evening, Stinky.
I have 4
was
Bugattis
admiring
actually.
the card art on the website yesterday and started following a bunch of artists from that. Then I asked myself, wouldn't it be great to have them linked directly on the site somewhere, just like the VTubers/creators are currently? Would make finding the artists' socials a lot easier.
That would probably
Shiny
be
hearts.
a good idea. Yes, that's some good feedback actually. That's a good idea. If Squirrel Girl was real, I'll commit crimes for her. Based. I agree, honestly. I agree. I used to be able to say gift certificate perfectly fine in childhood, but in my late teens, because of camcorder TV clip show. I am unable to say it properly now. Dude, that's me with anonymous. Sometimes I think I'm having a blackout on a word in English or French, and as soon as I realize no single word exists in either language to describe what I want to say. That's so fucked up. You need to have an emote for that. If no word exists, we have to have an emote for it. You know how there is just no word for like, I don't know, when your accountant sends you like the bill, but then he's like, don't worry though, I took care of everything. It's actually only $17, and you're like, oh shit, poggies, let's go. Like there's just like there is no exact like the saved emote. It's like there is no. You need an emote for that shit. You need an expression, bro. My mom has the problem with cinnamon. Now she just says cinnamon, which is adorable. That's me with anon. I just say anomalous or something weird like that. Because if I say it intentionally, like really funny wrong, it's funny again and not like... It's funny as in tee-hee and not funny as in haha. You know, I have that with anonymous and Anna. What was the other one? Aminoni? Something
Lily,
like that.
Your English is perfectly cute, shy love.
Thank you, Dread. Thank you. There's a big difference in tee-hee and haha. Yeah. One, two, three. Anomaly. There we go. Anonymity is actually... You know what? Never mind. I was like, oh, that was actually easy, but... You know what? Never mind. I was like, that one's easy. I guess not. Never mind. Okay, I guess not. Tee-hee. Pedro. Do you struggle with these words in German? Probably. There's probably a German word I struggle with, but the problem of German is it's different. Like, the reason I struggle with some of these words is because I think the way the vowels and whatever the word for non-vowels was, the way those are smushed together in these like specific words, I don't think we have an equivalent for this specific combination in German. We have consonants, thank you. Consonant was the word. So I think the reason I struggle is because we don't have that specific combination in German, I don't think. Discord ping, yes, boom. Live tweet, boom. And then we have Discord ping. Dude, I don't think I can say synonym either. I just say synonym, like with an U, synonym. I just put an U in there because I'm German. So it's like, I can't say it either, but like I said, dude, a few years ago, I was so insecure that I didn't know how to say things. A few years ago, I was so insecure. And nowadays, I'm just like, whatever, bro. Nowadays, I'm just like, whatever, it's a quirk. Like, it's cute. English ain't my first language, and I don't have to speak English like it is my first language. It just has to be understandable, you know? Like, it just has to be... I just have to make sure that I know all there is to say and I can express myself and people have no problem understanding it. But it doesn't matter if there's an accent, as long as the accent isn't so thick that you can't understand what I'm trying to say. Yeah, so as long as everything's understood well and easily, it's fine. But a few years ago, if you had asked me the same question, I would be super insecure if anything had even the slightest hint of an accent, and I would be trying my best to change like the way I say things so the accent shows. Possibly not at all, but as little as possible. Yeah, I guess your personality. But yeah, a few years ago, dude, I tried so hard to hide my German accent. And a lot of that effort was successful. Too successful. Because whenever I look back at clips from like a year or 2 or 3 ago, I'm like, damn, you can hear the German accent so much thicker. Like, it's so thick. It's still not thick as in the movie German accent, obviously. But I obviously had a very much thicker accent. But nowadays, I lost so much of it to insecurity from back in the days. Which is sad, because nowadays it's sad. Back then, I was proud. Every time back then I looked back at a clip from like 3 months ago and I improved my accent, I was so happy. Nowadays, I'm sad because like, what the fuck? Did I try so hard to mask my accent? It's cute, bro. Like, having an accent is unique. Oh, fuck me. Oh. There we go. Whew. Bless you. Thank you. Whew. Can't even emerge in peace, bro. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, chat's interaction is always like going up when I sneeze. Buffalo is grammatically correct in English. Like, what the hell? I mean, what does buffalo mean? The only buffalo I know is the animal. What is the capitalized buffalo that assumes it's a name? What is the named buffalo? Buffalo's an animal, and it's a hot sauce. I hate when things it's a city and hot sauce. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, hot take, it doesn't fucking count. A sentence isn't grammatically correct just because you add words of named cities or hot sauces to make it a sentence. That doesn't make it unique. It doesn't count. You can't insert a random named... You can't insert a name, a person, or an item that has been named after a specific thing and then be like, isn't this language so weird? This sentence is grammatically correct. It has nothing to do with grammar! You are just slapping the concept of multiple things being named the exact same thing together. Every single language can do that. That isn't unique to English. It doesn't make it a grammatical challenge. That doesn't make it unique. Every language can take a bunch of named things and slap them together behind each other and make a grammatically correct sentence. That doesn't make the language inconsistent or difficult or hard to learn. That's just you making a weird sentence with weird names of cities, hot sauces, and animals. Does it make it a grammatical challenge? German has one with flies flying after flies. Yeah, there is flies flying after flies. Yeah, and with the 10th day of the 10th month, where 10
Please don't worry about
goats.
it, Lily. I absolutely love and adore your accent. Maybe it doesn't matter much
Thank
coming
you,
from
Dread.
me since I always say you're cute, but I swear your accent is so nice. It's the first thing that captures my attention.
Thank you
shy
so
heart.
much, Dread. Thank you. Yeah, it's just a funny curiosity. It's not something that makes it like a grammatical exception. It's just like, haha, funny words that are all based on the same writing. Doesn't make it grammatically difficult. There are some German grammatically difficult sentences. I forgot what they were, but There was one like that. I think it actually has the words where, like where, something like that. Like it isn't a tongue twister. We're not proving a language being grammatically difficult has nothing to do with tongue twisters or or slapping a bunch of words and named cities and hot sauces and other named objects and people together, proving that the language is mathematically grammatically difficult.
Called buffalo from the city of Buffalo, that buffalo, that the same kind of animals from the city bully, buffalo, bully these animals from that city.
Doesn't make it a grammatical challenge.
Two, and two all sound the exact same, while read can sound like either read or read is why English is still its own skill issue.
I mean, that doesn't make it difficult. I feel like English has so very little of these things. Like, yeah, two and two are all written different and spoken the same, but every single language has those, and they tend to have so many more. English with most words only has like one or two coincidences, like night and night, or two, or where and where, and there and there and there. But like most other languages have like fucking 7 of those fucking iterations, bro. With grammatical genderism of the words on top of that.
Yes, English can be weird. It can be understood through tough, thorough thought, though.
Yeah. See, that one makes it grammatically somewhat... That one is grammatically somewhat more of a way to show off its potential grammatical difficulties, but I believe that there is a reason. Okay, I am so sorry to disappoint all of the English speakers. But here it is from someone who grew up German, learned and spoke Danish, now English. I also learned Russian and French in school. So let this come from someone that has a little bit of language expertise. Also, I understand Dutch at this point, but I can't fucking speak this. So let me be real nice when I'm holding a hand while saying this. The reason English is a world language is because it is by far the easiest language there is to learn. There isn't many exceptions. The grammar is fairly simple. The spelling is fairly simple. You don't have too many weird ways to mash things together. The reason it's a world language that many people speak is because it is barely a fraction of the difficulty of most other languages. It's the reason so many people are capable of speaking it somewhat easily. And whoever said this isn't true at all, go ahead, learn whatever other language and then come back. I am not... Unless you speak more languages than me, I don't want to fucking hear it. I don't want to fucking hear it, bro. Unless you speak more than me, I don't want to fucking hear it. Everyone's saying English is so difficult and so crazy and like, oh my god, English is just such a difficult to understand language and like people have such a hard time comprehending. Stop coping! The reason it's a world language is because it's one of the easiest ones. It's so easy to pick up, it's why everyone speaks it. Try and learn any other language. Go ahead and speak grammatically correct German. Go ahead and learn some Polish, speak some Mandarin. Go ahead and speak some Danish. I want to hear some English-speaking natives try and even attempt to pronounce Danish, bro. You don't even have half of the fucking consonants that they're smashing together and inventing in your fucking language, bro. You know what? Polish is easy. Kurwa ślimak. Ja pierdolę kurwa ślimak. Miklo ślimak. You know what? It's easy. You're right. It's easy. Yeah, good luck having to learn languages where they have fucking genders in their language. Which most languages, by the way, do have. Most of them at least 2. Some of them have 3. Some of them even more. Yeah, they have also nouns which are capitalized. You have to differentiate between nouns and verbs because they're written differently. And based on context, you can nounify a verb or adjective, for example. Good luck with that. Also, they have now genders. Changing their fucking past tense or whatever other thing you need in a sentence can also change their fucking gender in some languages. And then people are sitting here being like, oh, English is difficult. Oh yes, learning the and a and sometimes remembering to change it to an N is very challenging. What a challenge. I have to hear from English-speaking people that English is difficult when they themselves can't even fucking spell their own fucking language. The amount of times I read could off. The amount of times an English native speaker can't fucking differentiate between there, and there. I'm not even English and it pisses me off. Yeah, and or they use then instead of then. Oh my fucking god, yes. And then these people are sitting here being like, English is hard. It triggered. You know what? It's funny because I can always tell when someone is a native English speaker when they do those mistakes. You know someone is a native English speaker when they say shit like could off, or they are misusing the words where, or there, and there, or your and your. You know they're native English. That is some bullshit that only native English speaking people do. I don't know why. It's only native English speaking people. No foreign English speaker makes these mistakes. It doesn't work. Before was is. Yeah, I don't understand how could have turned into could off. It's why do they say could off? Why could off? No one says this ever. True, it's because they say it before they learn to write it, which makes it always obvious when someone is a native English speaker because they speak the language before writing it. And so they do these very common mistakes that out them as native English speakers. Called out. I mean, it's somewhat similar in German as well. There's also some that okay. The thing that pisses me off easily the most in German is some stuff gets said and written wrong so often and so commonly that the official grammar adapts it. I'm pretty sure most languages work like that, but in German it pisses me off because they do it because people are stupid. Like, the reason the words change is because people speak wannabe ghetto and then think that education is stupid. They wanna be tough ghetto bitches, and then they reinvent language and it sounds stupid. It sounds dumb. No one likes this. The only thing I do like a lot, though, that Germany is getting better at is... every language has this, but they are starting to Englishify a few more words, which is very nice, because... How do I put this? What's a good example? How do I put this? German has always used English words, but we Germified the English word, which is really annoying because whenever I have a native English speaker with me, they think I'm mispronouncing the English word, but that's just how the Germans say the English version of the word. If that makes sense. I'm trying to think of a word right now that we literally take the English word but we pronounce it German and we just have a It's just more or less a German word. Like fish sticks? No. Dude, chat told me that people unironically call them Fischstäbchen. I don't know a single person that calls them fucking Fischstäbchen, bro. Everyone says fish sticks. We have it a lot too in the Netherlands. Yeah. Fischstäbli? Who the fuck says that? No one says that, bro. As a Japanese speaker, one recognize a loan word if you don't Japanify it. Yes! Is that what it's called? Like, we loan... Oh my god, that's actually such a good explanation. We loan words from the English language, but we can't say it English. If you say it English, they won't understand it. You have to Germify the word, else it doesn't work. They don't understand it otherwise. You can't take the actual, literal English word without giving it its German flair. They will not understand. Yeah, exactly. We take the English word, but we pronounce it and put it into our grammar, basically. Sometimes that alters the pronunciation quite a bit. I'm trying to think of a word that has a very altered pronunciation, but I can't right now. One that is not as easy... one that is pretty easy to understand is, for example, we have the word computer, right? It's a computer. But when I go to my mom, I'll be like, yo, mom, can I be on your computer? It's like, you make it a German pronunciation. Germans don't call it computer. It's not a computer. If I ask my mom for her computer, I'm like, hey, mom, can I have your computer? It's a computer. Oh my god, one thing, the one thing is so embarrassing. When I say, oh shit, cool. I'm like, oh, that's cool. But in German, we don't say cool. We say, oh, that's cool. When I go to my mom and she shows me something, I'll just be like, oh, cool. Like, oh, that's cool. Cool. We don't say cool. Even though it's pronounced the exact same way, when my mom's showing me something and when I say, oh, that's cool, I'll just be like, oh, cool. That's cool. Yeah, I don't know how we do that. But German does this a lot. And it's become more and more with the modernization of like technology. Because most tech comes with English words. So we borrow more and more and loan more and more English words. It's like Kool-Aid. Is there any fun German internet slang? There are some, but I'm so scared of being cancelled because one of them... Okay. No one say the word. Let me just explain. Okay. We have a word in German that we use when we address our bros funnily, and it sounds unfortunately very similar to the N-word. But it is not the N-word, obviously. But it says similar. Yeah, Buska's an aneurysm. Yeah, it's the D word. It starts with a D. Yeah. Chat, don't. Stop it. Chat, shut the fuck up. Don't fucking say it. Obviously, it's not a bad word. It's a completely normal word, but like, yeah, it's very popular amongst German. My sister always says that too. Yeah. So many casualties. You mean Schlimak? Yeah, it basically means fatty if you translate it, but it's not used that way, if that makes sense. Like, yes, the literal translation would be fatty if you translate the word, it would mean fatty, but that's not what we use it for. It's just like, it's literally used as bro. Like, or chubby, chungus, basically. But we don't use it as a literal word to describe someone who is large. It is literally just what we use to, instead of bro. So we don't call our bros bro, we call them that word, which is basically fatty, but it's not used in terms of, like in context of fat. To use it for, oh lord, he coming? No, it's literally just bro. The word literally just means bro. Or Bruder. But I think that's more like the Gen Z slang. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, what is another loan word that we have in German? So yeah, I always feel weird when saying cool to my mom because people think I can't pronounce cool or computer. Like, I know it's pronounced computer, but if I say that, my mom would understand. It doesn't work that way. Orange? I mean, okay. I wouldn't say the word orange is a loan word from English because technically, in a literal sense, yes. Officially, I don't think so. But yes, we don't call an orange orange. We call it orange. We may have taken the English word and literally just pronounced it German. It's an orange. Yes. But technically speaking, sure, maybe it's a loan word, yes. Yeah, it's both the color and the fruit, like orange. Orange. Yes. The what now? Apparently strike, kek, cookie, kek. Strike. I've never heard a German say strike or kek. We have the word cakes, in case that's the one. I've never heard a German say kek, I don't think. And we do have pullover, which is literally a sweater. We do say a pullover. Oh, is it Streik? Ah, Streik. Dude, I am so in my English. I pronounced it English and see, that's what I'm saying. You can't use an English loan word and pronounce it English because then a German won't know what the fuck the word is. But yes, of course, Streik, yes. We have the word Streik, but we don't say strike, we say Streik. Yes. Yeah, it's a strike. I am German, yes. And to teach Buska German so you speak it more often. I literally said, if you take an English word and you don't pronounce it German, the German won't know. Like, if you go to Germany and you're like, oh, are they striking? Everyone's like, strike? Strike? What the fuck is a strike? And then you're like, strike. And it's like, now it makes sense. Now we understand. So if you give me an English word and I pronounce it German because we're talking, sorry, bro, 1, 2, 3, repeat. If you give me a German word, but I pronounce it English, the meaning is gone. Like, I can't go to my mom and take an English word and pronounce it English. She won't know what I'm saying. I have to pronounce it German, else she doesn't get it. They sound similar to you. To you. But like, there is a difference between someone saying strike and strike. I know they sound similar to you and you know what you're trying to say, but a German won't understand if you are replacing the word Streik with strike. It doesn't make sense. They will be like, huh? They won't get it. They'll just be like, I don't, what are you trying to say? Oh yeah, and a hose in German is Hose. So again, if you pronounce the word hose, no one will know you're talking about pants. You have to pronounce it Hose. Else they won't understand that you're talking about pants. In German, do you say baguette? No, we say baguette in German. We say baguette. Wait, really? Yes. If you see the word hose, Hose, in Germany, and you pronounce it hose. Let's assume you go into a store. It's literally a pants store, and it says blue, or it just says what word would be similar with English? Orange pants. You say the word orange hose. Orange hose. If you go to the counter and you say, hello, excuse me, please, can I have the... And you look towards the sign and you point and you say, can I have the orange hose? They won't understand what you're saying. It doesn't make sense in German. You have to Germify it. If you don't Germify it, they won't understand what you're saying. You have to point and you have to be like, hey, can I have the orange hose? You literally have to say orange hose. Orange hose and orange hose won't make sense. They're not interchangeable. If that makes sense. Does German have muted E's at the end? I'm thinking. Probably, but I'm thinking. Hold up. I'm thinking. Do we have muted E's? I'm thinking. Yeah, sometimes you can be lucky and you find a German who understands English, and then they might understand you anyways, but it's rare, especially if you go shopping or into a restaurant or anywhere, because you will depending on where you're from, you will very quickly come to realize how old the population of Germany is. When I go anywhere to eat or shop, there is a bunch of like mid-20s people, sometimes mid-30s. In Germany, if you go somewhere, chances are half of the staff is in their like 50s. You'll very quickly come to realize that once you visit Germany, the population is very, very old. A lot of service staff anywhere is old as fuck. Germany is a very old-lived country with lots of older and elderly populations. Because a lot of the younger people, especially successful younger people, either work in higher up positions or they move away. It's a very, very... Should I say upwards or downwards trend? It's upwards for the youth, but downwards for Germany. But basically, a lot of successful German people that are young either want work service jobs because they're too smart for them, or they move away from Germany or work in higher positions. There is rarely any in between. So you'll quickly come to realize that lots of the service population is old as fuck in Germany. We have a chronic oldness in Germany, which is getting to be very difficult. Lots of companies in Germany actually genuinely shut down because there is no youth to keep the company alive, and the current population of the company is too old. They either retire or can no longer work. Is there a reason? Yes. the main reason for that is a lot of this is probably the same in most other countries too. But I don't care what it is with other country, but in Germany, the main reason the population in the service industry is so old is because a lot of younger people nowadays with access to good education or social media realize that Germany is not the promised great country it preaches to be. So they move away. So most successful young people either go in higher position that are far above service industry, which leaves the service industry to still die out because it's old, or they're successful enough to move to other countries because the jobs are just worth more. Because I'm gonna be honest, I say this in the nicest way possible, but these service industry jobs in Germany are ass. The only reason you can stay above waters when working these exploitatory jobs is living off of the social safety net in Germany, or you work extreme shifts, extreme hours every single day, all week, every month, and you literally work yourself to death. So, what countries do they move to? Lots of Germans, very popular, move to Sweden, Norway, Netherlands, and Belgium. Those are probably the most popular ones that Germans like to migrate to. You will also come to realize that a lot of the population, especially at capitals and border areas, will literally still speak German, even though it's no longer Germany. Oh, and Switzerland. Sorry. Yes. And Switzerland. Thank you. Yes, and Switzerland. Germany also likes to migrate a lot to America, but very specific places. I don't know which ones, but it's also a very popular choice, especially in the more engineer-related industry for Germans to migrate to America. Yeah. Oh, and Portugal is also popular.
Ahoy streamers.
Especially for more harder working people, like
bless
physically
you.
harder.
Second,
Thank you!
The two-hand cam streams was very entertaining and cute.
Thank you.
I'm a bit sad that I didn't was fast enough and got any first drop of the V cards. Literally one guy's just told in chat that he bought 70 decks and will sell it for triple the price. But we know that such guys exists.
Nothing we can do.
Still sad.
It makes everyone sad, but nothing we can do. No, I know that the work... Yeah, don't misunderstand. I know that the work environment for service industry isn't much better in America. But the Germans that do move to America don't work service industry. Most of them are engineers or medicine or... engineered medicine. So it's still significantly better in America. It's a lot of tech. They go into tech and med related fields. Usually not medicine as popular, but tech related medicine. Like, for example, how do I put this? Like, prosthetics and stuff like that. Like the medicine industry, but still tech related. So yes, the service industry is suffering just as bad as in America, but the Germans that leave Germany to be successful elsewhere do it because they're on a higher level than service industry. And compared to Germany, America has more to offer in these higher specialized fields. Biomedical engineering, thank you, that's the word. There we go. So that's a big issue with Germany and its old population is because it's not only the fact that the birth rate is kind of in the gutter. It's the fact that most people that have any amount of education to not work service industry will leave Germany. So service industry is dying out because they're old as fuck, or they're being abandoned because the young people either leave Germany or go to higher positions in Germany that skip the service industry step. It's a big issue. Like, unironically, it's a big issue. Like, Germany's service industry will probably be down the gutter and die the fuck out in like the next 30 years. It's really bad. It's an actual major issue. Like, my entire hometown where I'm from, the entire service industry in the entire town where I grew up in is entirely dead. There is no more service industry. My town where I grew up in literally became a village. We have no more service industry. We don't. It's literally dead. Every single company that relied on anything like this had to shut down or relocate. It is entirely dead. All of it. Yeah, and the taxes in Germany are really fucked up. Even though people have fuck all money, my mom has fuck all money, and if she works any amount of overtime, she has to convert it into paid leave instead of a payout where she has more money, because the payout, despite her being broke as fuck, brings her into the next tax bracket, which taxes a larger percentage of her overall income, leaving her with less money for more work. So my mom can never get a payout from work. She only ever can convert her overtime hours to paid days off. That's it. That's it. Because any cent she makes extra, she'll move up a tax bracket and she'll be taxed so much more that all of her extra work results in less pay each month. She will make less each month for more work. Let that sink in. Let that system sink the fuck in. Imagine getting overtime at work or getting a promotion and having more work hours each week to make less money a month. Like, what? How is that legal? But it is in Germany. It's legal in Germany. It's fucked up. And lots of people have a similar issue where, yes, they have some more money each month, but would you really work an extra 62 hours for like $109 a month? Fuck no. It's not worth it. Some people would have to work so many extra hours for like barely 100 extra. Some would have to work so many extra hours for barely any extra money. So no one wants to do it. Of course not. Who the fuck wants to work another extra 60 or 70 hours for like barely $100? Like, what? It's a big issue in lots of EU countries, yes. How the tax system works, it's really fucked up. Yeah, exactly. You get a pay raise and 2/3 of those are gone because of taxes. Like, how does that feel? That's fucked up. Your work is like, here, have the extra money. And then the government is like, anyways, only have 1/3 of the money. Does she even get to take her extra paid time off? No. I mean, she literally uses her extra overtime pay. Okay, so the way my mom does this is she loses her overtime pay a lot, because the reason she has overtime is because her workplace needs the workers. It's not because she loves her job and she loves spending extra hours at her job. It's because the people that she works for need her. They have no one else that takes care of them. They need my mom. So she gets overtime because they need her. They cannot have anything. And so she also doesn't get to actually convert her overtime to paid leave off because she can't stay away from work for longer. There's a reason she makes overtime, but if she gets a payout, she will lose money. Crazy. Crazy. Yeah, it's like use it or lose it, but she never gets to use it or barely gets to use it. Like each year she probably accumulates like almost 2 months of paid leave, but she only gets to use like 2 weeks of those at most, like maximum, absolute max. That's it. What's the point of even getting it? Paperwork. It's paperwork. The only reason she gets it is because on paper, she doesn't make more money, so she can't be taxed more and lose more. Very hardworking mom. My mom's hardworking, but she's also caring, and I get it. The people she cares for are she cares for a handicapped facility. All of these people are either full-time care or part-time care, and those people have no one. The parents of those people that have to go there, they have to go to work as well. They have to pay bills. So they have to bring their handicapped daughter or son, who is, by the way, like 40 years old, into the facility each morning because they literally can't be left alone without potentially injuring or killing themselves or putting the apartment complex on fire. And then they have to be taken care of and fed and diapered and washed there. But if my mom ain't there, they're understaffed, and then they don't get their asses washed or any of their body flaps washed. Lots of them are overweight or have skin flaps overlapping. Those rashes have to be cleaned every day. They'll be in pain if they don't get those rashes washed and taken care of each day. So, you know. So yeah, it's not necessarily elderly people. She cares for mainly handicapped people. Most of them are mentally handicapped, which usually comes with a physical handicap. Like if your brain doesn't function properly, you're obviously physically impaired too. But not all of them have physical impairments. Some of them just need mental help. Like they can take care of themselves, but they're mentally not there. So they need help as they hurt themselves potentially because they don't understand that a coffee can be hot or water is hot or anything like that. Dude, Americans seeing Europe as a utopia, we both have issues, trust. But there is good and bad in both. It depends on what is better and worse and what you'd rather live with. Yeah, every country has a bunch of bullshit. Germany's bullshit is probably how the population is super old because lots of young people leave because the country's work ethic and payout is very exploitative, so they can just do the same work in a random neighboring country out of the few listed and make more money while paying less, which obviously leads to an increase of people leaving Germany because they're like, fuck this shit. And the population starts to get older and older and older and older. The country needs more and more taxes to take care of more and more elderly because no one makes money. So they have to take more money from the people who still have money to be able to pay for the people that are too old to work. So it's fucked up. It's fucked up. Yes, the nursing industry. I think the nursing industry in most countries is fucked up. I have friends here in the Netherlands that are also in the nursing industry who either get exploited or are young enough to quit and do something else because as much as they genuinely love it, they have to work unreal hours with insane amount of physical impact for fuck all pay. Like, if they worked on the streets instead, in construction, they would get more money for the same physical labor. What the fuck? That's crazy. Like the people tearing open the streets right now probably have the same amount of physical labor and get 3 times pay. Oh, construction, working the streets means something else here. Okay, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that, chat. I meant like... meant like construction because since recently in the Netherlands, I don't know how recent, I just know it's not been always like this, but for a while construction here is earning pretty well. Obviously, it's a very physical job, period. But at the moment, a lot of construction, depending on what kind of construction, pays really well here because no one wanted to do it. So we had a massive demand for construction, but no one wanted to do it because it didn't make enough money. So I kept increasing it until people were like, ooh, now we talking. Like, oh, now, you know what? Now we talking. Now we talking. You know, it's like that. So now lots of men specifically, because it's a very hard job, like to do lots of construction because you get a lot of free time because you have seasonal time off and you get a lot of money. Yeah. And they make the work easier. They made it easier. Yes. You're better supplied with machines and just staffs and stuff. Like whenever I see people work the streets in Germany, it's like 3 dudes tearing open an entire street. Whereas here in the Netherlands, I see like 70 fucking dudes tearing open a street. Oh yeah, and some construction gets cash too, at least partially on the side. So not having to write off a third of your money in taxes, you know. Even if on paper you technically make less, you know. You get it. Somebody here for road construction in NL, they do that in like a day with a bunch of trucks all at once. Yeah, I had, they tore open in Germany a street at my mom's for like a year and a half. A singular street, one. Also the street, now that it's back to being closed, I told you, it looks like a zipper. The way they closed up the street is awful. It feels like the street is now... It's been a speed bump before, but it is now nothing but speed bump. The entire road is now speed bump. Here in the Netherlands, they ripped open the entire streets from like a sector of a small town part. They ripped an entire sector open, including sidewalk. That bitch took 3 months and it's perfectly even and beautiful. All of the houses and everything have beautiful sidewalks with flowers, a nice even road, everything. Even the sidewalks have been ripped the fuck open. They had some plumbing to do, so I guess they literally just they just ripped open all of it, including sidewalk. Probably the plumbing was connected to the houses, if I had to guess, because some houses looked very construction worky as well. I had to go there all the time. So necessary. It's a plumbing thing. So I talked to the workers there because there was this one dude, very nice guy, handsome, nice dude, and I used to walk there almost daily because I used to go from my home where I lived to the store there to get like fresh bread and stuff in the mornings or like whatever I needed. I didn't have a car, I didn't have a bike, so I could only carry a little bit. So I almost went there almost every single day, right? So, you get to talk to the people who work there, and there was this one handsome fella. I'm gonna be honest, at first he was creepy. He made me want to not go this path again. At first he was a bit creepy because he asked for my number, blah, 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 which was cute, but he was awfully insistent on things, you know? Okay, hot take, not hot take. Yes, hot take. Use a bitch. If someone asks for your number, and you throw a tantrum, use a bitch. Let a man shoot their shot, bro. Don't make that weird. But it was weird how he kept insisting and he was a bit pushy about it. But eventually, he let go of the idea. And he was no longer being a bit creepy. Like, he backed off a bit. But we still talked. Like, every time I walked past, we did like a little talkie-talkie. It was good weather too. It was hot as fuck. And we just got into a bit of conversation sometimes. I'm like, man, this work looks hard. Like, it looks very physical. But he said he needs that. Like I said, he was a very handsome young man. Very strong build, obviously. But he said he needs physical labor or else he dies. He needs, like... He needs strong physical labor. It's just... Yeah, some people want the physical labor. Most people don't. Some do. Some. I'm the same. Yeah, so he said, yeah, it is hot as fuck. I'm sweating balls, but I need physical labor. Like, if I don't work a day, I like rot. And I'm like, okay. That's his gym 24/7. That's literally his gym. That's me. I can't imagine me stuck in a chair. It's crazy to me because it's the opposite. Physical labor hurts. But, you know, it's crazy to see how, like, other people are the opposite, where it's like, if I were to be stuck in a chair for 3 days in a row, I would rot the fuck away. It's also crazy to see that. And some people also fall asleep at a desk. They need physical labor. Yeah, it's very crazy to see those things. So we talked about this. He also said it pays really well and he has a lot of free time. So he's like, yeah, I am busting my ass open right now for this summer. But after the street is done, I have like almost 2 months of free time. I can do whatever the fuck. Like I can go on vacation. I can piss off to like a nice summer vacation. I'm just like, I have almost 2 months of doing nothing at all whatsoever. So, you know, he does that, and he talked about how he really likes it, and it's just crazy to see like the different worlds because I could never imagine that. Yeah, man's living his life, and yeah, apparently that's just what he does for a living. He just rips open streets that need plumbing work because there was lots of plumbing to be done within the streets, and apparently that's his specialty. Like, that's what his crew does. Apparently, it's like if they rip open a street, it's for plumbing reasons. So that's why there was all of those pipes and everything there, and why the construction took extra long. Like, usually the construction apparently for a street can be done in like a week or two, but the reason it takes multiple months is because they have plumbing stuff. So his crew was specialized in just plumbing. Yeah, they had to widen the pipes because I moved in. Exactly. So yeah, he was really sweet eventually. And honestly, once the street was done, I low-key missed him. Like, on my morning walks, when I did my shopping, when I had to go down this road, I was just like, man, it was kind of fun just walking through his construction zone, just like in the fucking mud and like sand and everything. I was always so pissed that I have all of the sand and garbage in my shoes, but like, I low-key missed it. It was just nice to talk to them. They were really sweet. Yeah, it's like a little morning social interaction. It was awfully quiet after. And the eye candy, bro. I mean, he was a beautiful, handsome man. I just wasn't interested. Find another one. Find another construction site. Also, it's just, we would not ever be compatible. Like, he talks about how he needs physical exercise and everything, and I'm like, bro. And then he talks about how he like goes on vacation for like 2 months somewhere in like a beautiful country, and I'm like, okay, bro. But do you play World of Warcraft? Yeah, we are the polar fucking opposite, bro. It would have never worked out. Like, it was obvious from the start that we are not compatible. As handsome as he was, and as sweet as he was after he stopped being a bit creepy and pushy, which was a bit of a red flag. Like, no means no, bro. So, yeah. Yeah, he wanted to touch grass. Ew, bro. Bro wanted to take me to vacation in the fucking tropical islands. I'm like, ew, bro. Bro's like, yeah, babe. We can have like a 2-month vacation. My treat. And I'm like, ew, bro. Can you imagine? I'm like, no, babe, anything but that. Miss me with the beautiful tropical vacation in the 4-star hotel with a pool. Ew. Yeah, 2 months without WoW. Oh, babe, I just want to play. Yeah, I need to do that plays like World of Warcraft or Marvel Rivals with me till like 5 in the morning, dude. Ah. Yeah, so many missed dailies. Fuck. Free Wi-Fi in a hotel? Yeah, but people like that don't want to be gaming in the hotel. They want to go and touch grass. They want to go sightseeing and they want to go out and eat and like see things and go on like a boat tour. Or they want to go swimming or like they want to go watch a musical. And I'm like, bro, I want to push keys. Yeah, or they get sunburned and then they hang out at the beach. And I'm like, oh, I don't want that. And they would also not be moving around. Mm-hmm. I hate beaches. I used to love beaches until I grew older. And with older, I mean, I became a young adult and I no longer like them because, okay, this is gonna sound really weird, but as a woman, as the owner of a coochie, as a coochie owner, it is a little easy to catch diseases at a beach. Sand, bacteria, microorganisms, and whatever the fuck else in the water. It's a bit easy to catch disease as a coochie owner, bro. The forbidden sandwich. Just suit up. Is that easy? Okay, usually it's safe. But yes, some people are awfully easy when it comes to catching things. Like, if I sit with my bikini at the beach in the sand and have the water like tickle my feet, I could be catching something just because the sand and water could be irritating stuff down there and I could have a UTI next week. It's just how it is. You'll be surprised how easy that shit is to get, unfortunately. Some people are more blessed. It also depends on your biome down there, how quickly and aggressively it cycles through, how much discharge and everything you've got, and like how persistent your things are down there at flushing stuff out without becoming irritated. But if you're a sensitive type like me, it can happen. Usually, okay, pools, I have had no problems with pools so far though. The chlorine in water, some people say it irritates them and they get UTIs from pools. I don't. Somehow. So chlorine is, I can manage. It doesn't burn. No, it doesn't. Not for me anyways. Depends on the pool. My ex was allergic to some of them. Yeah, I heard from lots of girls that they can't go to pools specifically. They prefer the beaches. But I prefer the pools. So with beaches, the older I got, the shittier of an experience I've had. Pools though, I'm good with pools. Pools are good. Chlorine but isn't supposed to have a smell, but the smell comes from the immense amount of It comes from the Okay. Oh, also, one time at a beach, I had a good time at the beach, but there was either glass at the beach or a very sharp mussel or clam or something. I cut open my foot. I was way younger. It was before I was a young adult. But I cut open my foot pretty badly one time at the beach. Either on a piece of glass or whatever. So, yeah. The clams or shells or anything. Yeah. Yeah, they're called razor clams for a reason. Yeah, so made me a bit uncomfortable to run through the beach and sand because, like, bro, that one time I sprinted into the water, I was instantly screaming because my foot was bleeding like a motherfucker. I feel, okay, if I went to any beach nowadays, okay, I would be that bitch to have beach shoes. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. If I were to visit a beach nowadays, I am that bitch with those ugly ass beach shoes. I am not doing that shit ever again. No, cause like same. Yeah, those old lady shoes. Dude, I would have zero shame. I know they look ugly as fuck, but I am never cutting open my foot ever again. That bitch was bleeding a fuck ton. Took forever to heal. And I couldn't use my foot for so long because the cut was so deep and I couldn't put my fucking foot down anymore. Huh! And it was so painful because obviously, because of the sand and the water, we had to sterilize the wound and all we had was fucking pure alcohol, so... That bitch burned! So much more than the cut. That was genuinely... And I'm trying to not exaggerate my experience and my memory too much, but cutting it barely hurt. It hurt. I noticed something was wrong with my foot, and I also noticed a weird sensation of skin flapping. Like, I noticed something was on my foot. Turns out it was my own skin just flapping against my foot. But having my mom's friend then obviously disinfect the wound, that shit... Ooh, that shit hurt so bad. Oh, that was so painful. I never had an infection. It healed beautifully. I know exactly what the cut was, but maybe I was too young, but there is no scar. My foot, I shit you not, is completely scar-free. Wherever the injury was, it is not there. You can't even see a hint. Nothing. So maybe I was just too young and it just grew out beautifully. I don't know. Yeah, it was a good thing it was so sharp. It was probably just a very clean cut. Oh, perfume to disinfect? Oh, God. Did I guess ever tell you the story about me perfuming my coochie? I think I did. Yeah, my finger got infected once. That was also very fucking painful. Yeah, you did. Yeah, I told the story. Okay, I already told the story, so I'm gonna make it really, really, really short. Long story short, as a teenager, I was insecure because all the boys in class was like, haha, girls stink, haha, pussy stink, pussy stank, coochie smell. I was insecure, so I had the genius idea that why don't I, before school, just go and perfume my coochie? My mom has perfume, so I pull down my pants, I whip out my cooch, I have the perfume bottle, and I spray it direct. I'm spread fucking eagle, and I spray that shit onto my cooch. And it took me like half a second to immediately regret the decision. It burned so bad. So bad. Yeah. And that's when I realized why women don't do that. It was very painful. Yep, the instant regret. Who starts a conversation like this? Pussy tight, pussy clean, pussy fresh. I've had the thought but never went for it. I was just a small, insecure young teenager and I was like, haha, I'm a genius. No one ever thought about this. Why don't I just perfume my cooch? Beautiful, isn't it? Beautiful.
Ahoy Lily and chat.
Hello, Eden.
It's been a while since I yapped. Hope everyone's weekend is going well. Lily, if I get your god card in my boxes, I promise to take all my harpoons and lock them away. Also, I'll only duel for harpoons to add to the chest, sealing them forever shy each year.
That's crazy. We have the shrimpies need to trade for harpoons. Whatever cards you have, trade them for harpoons, chat. We need the harpoons. Link? What is this? I'm... Why is my display captured? Hold up. Oh, that's not working. Hold up. I miss Headshot Lily Twitch. What I even replied to the... I'll just say I don't. I'll just be... What I would say... Weird way to propose, but yes.
Recently came across.
That is
We
weird.
are lucky that we are not born in Spain. Why?
Why?
Because we don't know Spanish, bro.
God. That is so... What the fuck is wrong with you? Just a pregnant emo. He's been a little allergic to his name changes.
I won't even pretend I speak my only language well. I be
Okay,
constantly
so
misspelling words
when
and
do we
using the
play
wrong
WoW
forms
then?
there. Probably my punishment for being British, to be honest.
Your punishment for being British. Oh wait, he gets clowned for his... Oh my god. He has I miss bingo no bongo. Oh, I miss you too, bingo no bongo. Perfect. This is perfection. You're going to trigger him so hard. Oh goodness, that is that one good? Can I have a funnier one? Is it perfect? I think it might be perfect. I wonder what's funnier, bingo no bongo or BB nose. I miss you too, BB nose. Which one's funnier? Baby no miss you? I don't know what's funnier. Baby nose or bingo no bongo? The second one is perfection. Baby nose. Should I type a BB nose? BB. BB nose. Oh, it's perfect. Actually, perfect. I'll just retweet that bitch. There you go. You can reply. Hold up. You can reply with funny baby no money versions. You can call him Bingo no Bongo, Bibble no Babble, Bingo no Bong, Bingo, Bibbly no Bobbly. You can just make a reply chain of just like baby no melody, childhood bankruptcy, infant bankruptcy. Booba no bottle. So much bullying. Bibbidi bobbidi. I called him Bingus no bungus. Chat, we have a mission. We have a mission. Please stop. Please stop, he says. Oh god. I knew it would trigger him. Toddler no tender. It's too late. Oh, Jesus Christ. Bibliography! Who the fuck said bibliography? Refresh, you have to see more. Okay, wait, first let me disable my screen. I'm always scared that whenever I refresh, there's porn. I tend to have this effect on people. Okay, let me just scan the replies for porn real quick. Okay, no porn. Okay. Bimby no cash transaction. We miss Bingo no Bongo too. Baby knows. I also miss you tickle no pickle. BB no honey. Perfect fit for Bingo no Bongo. I want to be missed as well. We miss Baby no Bobby. Boo Boo no Baboon. Bibliography, she misses you too. Baby no miss you. Ah, oh, baby no miss you. Bibi de no bob. Bibi de no bobbity. Jellyfish is so fucking funny. Bibbidi no bobbity. Baby knows. We clearly miss baby no bottle. Bibbidi bobbity, you're not my property. Buddha bottle, it's okay, boo boo knows. Oh my god, Bimbo Guap should marry you. Baby no melody. What the fuck is that? Baby, beep beep no coyote. Live Majungasaurus reaction. Honestly, same. Bye bye goose. Baby no lily. That's funny because our our boop chat. Our group chat was called, I don't remember. Was it baby no shy? Shy no money. It was okay, never mind. It was something funny. Bindi no bondi. Bingo no bongo. Oh god. The boop chat. Oops, the boop chat. WFN replied. Wait, I have to see that shit. Oh, I love him so much. He's hilarious. I have to see. My man. My man. Bambi no currency. Oh, my man. I love him so much. The amount of replies. 45 fucking replies. Look away. I'm looking away. I'm not seeing anything. My eyes are closed. It's only been a couple minutes. Oh, it's beautiful. I'm so proud of this Photoshop, by the way. It's so good. It's a banger Photoshop. It lines up perfectly. Yeah, right? It's clean. I'm very proud of that one. That bitch clean. That bitch clean. Also, by the way, fun fact. This is not a photo filter. Like, the carpet had such a strong reflection onto the suit. Like, this isn't like a filter or anything. It's just... That's just how the picture turned out. Which, like, it looks really photographic to just have, like... Yeah, like the... I forget what it's called, but, like... The carpet's light reflected so heavily onto the suit. It was crazy. Yeah, you can see it has like a purple carpet in the back. It's really pretty. Light refraction. There we go. Thank you. The light reflection. Yeah, it isn't a filter. That's just how the phone is. Oh, sorry. That's just how the pictures on my phone. That's just how it is. Pierre replied. Wait, hold up. Let me. Before I refresh. Let me be safe. Okay, no porn, no porn, no porn. Alright, where's PS reply? Why isn't it at the top? Doesn't it usually sort the people you follow at the top? Someone said toddler, no cash. Bubbly bon daddy. Bumbling boobly, no penny. Dude, the replies are absolute cinema. Should we name change to something funny that people can make fun of? I didn't find PS comment yet, but this one is so funny. Lily, you straight up look like one of those pictures that guys edit anime girls into when they have no girlfriends. Fire. That shit is mad funny. That's my comment. Red star! It's so fucking funny, dude. That is so funny. I love that reply. That should be top reply right there. That's actually mad funny. What's even funnier is I have this picture. This one. But I have a version where I make him do a thumbs up. I'm like, yo, let's pose like this. And I show him like to make a thumbs up. And he makes a thumbs up. And his manager is taking the picture. And as he makes a thumbs up, I change my hand to like the heart, the half heart. And then I just have like a really bothersome expression of like he is just happy, smiling with his thumbs up. And I'm just having like the fucking despair expression where I'm just having the half heart that he is not giving me. I give it 3 thumbs up. Shut up. It is, and then it's so funny because his manager kept clicking like picture. Like his manager just kept clicking like a million pictures, and you can see on the pictures how he looks back at our hands, back into the camera, then his eyes go like, and he looks back at the hands, and he goes like, ah, and he's just laughing. So when you go to my photo gallery, it's just like, it's like a picture book of him realizing what's happening. It's really funny. It's like a little photo story. It's absolute cinema. It's Kino, chat. It's Kino. It's mad Kino. The bigger the camera, the louder it will fall from impact. Okay. Should stitch it into a GIF, dude. That'd be so funny. But I would have to Photoshop like 5 more pictures, bro. Okay. He's just a silly little guy. Wait, I had to find Pierre's reply. Hold up. I was scanning for porn and I just saw the funny one and I was like, that is hilarious. I'm so proud that there's no porn.
Hi Lily, been really enjoying your content, especially the TCG debut. Not
Dude.
sure if it was just me or the lighting, but your hands seemed a lot whiter than the gloves you started wearing during the TCG opening.
Shut up.
Flashbang, don't forget to take vitamin D supplements if you're not getting enough exposure to sunlight.
I take D.
Lumi forgot to give this bits to you. She knows she is Sploof's father.
She knows she's Sploof's father. But no, I found PS reply. I'm like, bro, I can't fucking find it. I found it. Baby no Lily. Baby no Lily. Baby no Tina. Bingos, bongos, bingos. It should have been me. What do you mean, aren't you a virgin? Hello? Says who? No, I'm not. Neko! Thank you for the tier 3. Thank you. Speaking of gloves, have you seen Gry's latest art piece? Oh? Gry. I'm on Twitter already. Might as well check it out real quick. Why are you like this?
You know what's fucked?
Why are you
I
like
left
this?
Germany 4 years ago and they expected me to pay taxes for the next 10 years for some reason.
I had
said
to
fuck
pay a
that and
fine.
gave up my citizenship.
I had to pay a fine for leaving Germany. And they were threatening me that it won't be easy to come back. These bitches. I had to pay a fine, bro. Yes, I had to pay a fine. I left Germany and they fined me for leaving and not getting the paperwork properly. And they were like, I'm lacking paperwork. I wasn't allowed to just leave. I had to pay a fine. Yeah. I'll welcome you to France, don't worry. Hell yeah! Also, Brutal! Thank you for the tier 3. Also, before Brutals, we had Nikki's tier 3. Nikki, thank you for the 9 months sub, baby, tier 3. Thank you, Brutal, for the 29 months tier 3. How are the stress levels? I am doing amazing. Thank you, Scrappy. I love you. Chat, it's getting hot in here. Wait, did you actually draw over my hands? I wonder. How did you get this image? How did you get...
How much womps would a lily womp womp could womp womp?
If a womp womp could womp womp.
No wonder you're so pale.
Shut up! Shut up! Just me fingering
Out
my
of
glove.
curiosity, if you had to plan a date is wow Oxif, how would you do it? Would you I'd slay some wolves for a good time?
A wow date.
He's gonna ask, hey girl, I wanna go sightseeing, and you say I got you fam, and you bring him to Stormwind or Orgrimmar.
I'll be like, so here's where the Lich King died. Here's where the Great Scourge happened. Here is where the jailer showed his hole. Look at the second tweet. I fixed the skin color, he said. He fixed the skin color, he said. You're such a bitch.
Lee went to Crete during the summer and we went swimming in a small rocky beach. Had fun, saw a small sea urchin and somehow had a dime-sized bruise on my toe and sunburn on my hands. Good times.
Good times.
Womp womp.
What?
Well, I would petition the dictionary to update words to the adorable mispronunciations we come up with. I always think about that one village in Wales, and yes, this is actually real. Schlanvire pushel gwingishel go geara huandro bushel schlantus silio go go gok. Did Brian have a stroke?
He did. What the fuck?
I'm bilingual in English and Spanish, but I realized I'm completely shit in speaking in both languages. Shy, not like this.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You're doing just fine. Why is this one? Why is this one so sensual? I just don't look, chat. It's so sensual. Right? It's so... You tell us you did it. It's so... You did that. I know, but like...
Lily, I saw Pierre's clip of you on the hand stream, wearing
Yeah.
gloves. What I can say is that the hand stream somehow the sexiest you've ever been in years. Not since you destroyed the hotel toilet on 3 different occasions. Also, why do you give feet for free, in this economy?
I had socks on! I wore socks! I had sockies. You don't get my feet for free. I'll get banned if I show my feet. Dude, I saw some comments being like, why did I have socks on? I'll get banned! I can't show my feet on stream! I'll get banned! That's why I have socks on! You can't have naked feet on stream! Ready now? Yeah! You can't show feet on stream. It's too sexual. You can have feet if you're like at the beach or whatever, but like you can't put your feet into the camera. It's too sexual. People get banned for that. If somehow blames you for making it too sexual, for like showing your feet, you get
Speaking of
banned.
hotel toilets, I get a Discord announcement at 3 AM that Bao also clogged a hotel toilet. What is it with YouTubers?
I don't know. I don't know. Don't ask me. I chat. I'll be right back.
If it's anything, I liked your hands, especially the nails. Shy love.
Thank you so much, Brad. Thank you. I'm so happy. It makes me happy. Yeah, Ben Bao. Ben Bao. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go make a quick drink because I wanna have a drink for puppy playtime, so I can shakily have a glass. Also, I think next week I'll open another pack or 2 if more arrive. I don't know if they will still be first edition. Gamersupps said they still have some in transit, but I don't know if they just sent me a restock of cards or if they're talking about some of the first edition boxes still being in transit. What you drinking? I will make 1 Gamersupps AFK, and I know what you're saying, but Lily, it's for sleeping. I know, but it's so tasty. I'll have 1 Gamersupps AFK, and I'll make a tea. But I make the AFK because I'm thirsty now, and then a tea for later after it's room temperature. Okay, be right back. I have the blueberry AFK. Well, at least that's the one I'm planning on getting right now. I have the blueberry. Okay, be right back. 2 minutes. 3 minutes actually. 3 minutes.
Alright chat, Lily is AFK, let's go womp. Bell. Bell. Pelel. Pelelel. Bellelelel. Pelelelel. Bellelelel. Pelelelel. 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 Bellelelel. Bellelelel. Bell L L L L L L L L L L L L L L Bell L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L Bell L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L. Hi chat, so the Orcas say FKA? That means it's time to beep 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 beep. Be no be no be no be no be no be no be 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 beep be 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 B B B B B B B B B B B B B B B B B B. And of course, we must follow up with the classic 77777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777. And of course we follow up with the classic, crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room full of rats. And rats make me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room full of rats. And rats make me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. And since you're all shrimps of culture, how about some anun also something to curse your ears. Now Bye no show has the audacity to say he misses Lily, but like where's the hardcore wow late gamer hours? You got a career and hit music? Okay. Didn't know the $sign stood for money over homies. More like BB no SMH where you at, am I right? Take this chat. Now no stinky keck. Sure, why not, since you all asked so nicely, chat. Just kidding, take this chat. Fear not, chat, Lily will be back. Because the Lily guideth thubthith to muthith deviathionth to generate carethith commandth to drive Lily from a Pothidian where theeth to a Pothidian where theithnt, and arriving at a Pothidian where thewathnt, the Contectantly, the Pothidian where theeth, ith now the Pothidian that thewathnt, and it followeth that the Pothidian that thewath, ith now the Pothidian that theithnt. Nurge penneth. At this speed, we can guarantee another toilet has been destroyed. Poor Toot Scraps, having to learn how to do plumbing to replace her toilets. It's like Formula 1, where she has a pit stop, but it's just shoot sky with a new toilet and a lot of hope and prayer. The ting goes scra, pap pap car skidiki pap pap. And a poo poo pow doom skier, doo doo coo coo doom doom poom poom, you done now. Now it's time to get funky. One hop this time, one hop this time, right foot 2 stomps. Left foot 2 stomps. Slide to the left. Slide to the right. Crisscross. Crisscross. Cha-cha real smooth. My name is Yoshikage Era. I'm 33 years old. My house is in the northeast section of Morio, where all the villas are, and I am not married. I work as an employee for the Keimu department stores, and I get home every day by 8 p.m. at the latest. I don't smoke, but I occasionally drink. I'm in bed by 11 p.m., and make sure I get 8 hours of sleep, no matter what. After having a glass of warm milk and doing about 20 minutes of stretches before going to bed, I usually have no problem. Don't you just hate it when your Orca wakes you up like this? Meow. 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 Urna. Hey chat, did you ever play Banjo-Kazooie? Isn't it weird that all the NPCs talk like this? And then you're just trying to clear the stage and Mumbo is all Get out of my id.
Hello. I'm back. Rescue us? Why?
My name is Dread. I'm something years old. My house is in the northeast section of La Cringe, where all the villas are, and I am alone. I work as an employee for the Amazon warehouses, and I get home every day by 8 p.m. at the latest. I don't smoke, but I occasionally cringe. I'm in bed by 11 p.m. and make sure I get 8 hours of bed, no matter what.
Good.
After having a glass of warm milk and doing about 20 minutes of TTS before dying of cringe, I usually have a problem.
I usually have a problem. Is this TTS Anonymous? What is going on? What is happening here, chat? Let me go and buy a puppy playtime.
Before you start puppy playtime, enjoy Brian trying to sing this. There's an
Okay.
axolotl on the pink stairs. Is an axolotl supposed to be there? If
you
you
ask
ask
an
an axolotl if
if
they'll
he
be back
will be here
tomorrow, a
tomorrow.
penguin waddles in and then the
A
axolotl's
penguin waddles
gone.
in and then the axolotl's
Speaking
gone.
of Bao earlier, by the way, she tweeted out that the restock unlimited card boxes will have a boosted chance at God packs and ultra rares compared to the first edition, and got kinda
Ooh.
confused since that is mentioned nowhere and it would be kinda weird to do NGL. So
That is
I wanted
weird.
to ask how much truth there is to that. Shy heart. Nothing's happening, Stinky. How were those drinks, Kappa?
So far so good. I haven't had a drink yet. I don't know anything. I woke up. I had brekkie. I handled some weak card stuff, but not that. And I handled some other stuff I have to get done. And now here I am. No, I never finished chapter 3. I hope I don't need it to understand what's happening in Puppy Playtime. Because, remove. Because I soft locked myself in chapter 3 and I was like, fuck that shit, bro. I was like, bro, fuck that. It might be relevant. I think chapter 4 starts at the end of chapter 3. Yeah, give me like a quick recap, just like what's happening. Dude, that soft lock ruined the mood so hard. I just couldn't, bro. I couldn't. It was just, nah, I couldn't do it.
Lily, when is WoW with Elder No Pensions, Nate Palm and Boob Scatman ever returning? Anyhow, I'd be remiss to not say that Lily, for all the dumb teases and jokes we do here, I genuinely love you ass. You and
I
Chet
love
are the
you
best,
too, thank
and
you.
while I often lurk than interact, know that y'all are wonderful. Sorry for pulling a dread, but it's true. No res removal this time.
Thank you
Just
so much,
sincerity.
Chad. Thank you. I don't know. I tried playing WoW. Fun fact, I
I've
asked
peaked.
if
I'm
you
a
can
figure
play
of
today.
speech now
I'm a figure of speech. Dreadful anonymous. The doll betrayed you and fell down deep into the factory. Okay, so we were betrayed by the doll. Okay. Doll bad. It's not like I said from the start she was bad. I'm just saying. She was sussy. Not exactly. Oh. Not quiet. Oh. She didn't betray. Oh. Not yet betrayed. The doll just said that you needed to see something before you leave the facility. Okay, so maybe not betrayal, maybe just like, hey, fix this part of the game because we want to make a fourth part. Yeah, I have to download the game anyway. We could watch a quick recap. Do any of you already know what a good recap video is? Puppy Playtime Chapter 3. Explained? Chapter 4 is fucking eternal. Wait, how long is the playtime of Chapter 4? I thought it was like a 2-hour game. I thought it was like 2 hours, child! I've seen someone do 6 and they weren't close to being done. Oh, should we maybe do Puppy tomorrow? I do not have 6 hours today. 4 to 6, I tend to be on the longer end of these things. I'd rather make one massive long stream for one Puppy Playtime.
Let's sing variations of the Axolotl song. Musical note, musical notes. There's a tiny orchid streaming on Twitch. Orchid's forehead is gigantic and shiny. If you wanna know if the orchid is streaming tomorrow, just Google Maps her forehead and you'll know. Musical notes.
Bitch! What the fuck? You made me angry. Okay, I'm thinking. Chat says... Okay, hold up. Let me go to YouTube. Puppy Playtime Chapter 4 full game. Okay, it seems that we are looking at a minimum of 4 hours for sure. I thought it was a 2-hour thing. I would have started like 2 hours ago if I knew it was longer.
Glad to say I don't stress anymore about thinking if I'm weird or an annoyance to you, Lily.
Good,
I've
you
been
shouldn't.
able to genuinely just enjoy it here, shy heart.
If you're weird, I will tell you or just ban you, like, or time you out. Dude, I thought it was a 2-hour thing, because I swear I googled Puppy Playtime, Chapter 4 Playtime, and the first result was like a 2-hour video. And the second one too, so I thought, oh, it's just like a 2-hour thing. So I was like, oh, okay, it's only 2 hours. I can yap for like an hour or two and then play. But I didn't know it was... Okay, change of plans. And I want to have today be a super short stream. I'll make a poll. It could have been like a one part of it. Let me see what we should do. I prefer...
Verse 2, musical note. A small shy lily is on the chair. Kinda cute and funny, too. But the copium is brewing, and all of
Hello?
chat is keckwing.
What the fuck?
Whenever Lily falls off her
Help.
chair. Musical note.
My PC is dying suddenly. Why? Okay. So when I open Twitch, my PC dies. Got it. Very interesting. So I can't open Twitch as my PC is dead. What a weird thing. Yeah, Puppy hacked my PC. Try to game yourself first, and I couldn't even get the game to run at all. Well, the game's almost done downloading, so we can test if we can even play it. What? Play. As option 1, we could have start Puppy Playtime.
5 to 7 hours is crazy. Chapter 4 takes fucking forever despite what everyone thinks. Damn, I should call her Sag.
Play hardcore PoE2 Marvel Rivals. What else? Dude, yeah, Twitch is not nice for me lately. I don't know what's wrong with Twitch, but it's a garbage website lately. Puppy Playtime, Hardcore PoE2, Marvel Rivals, Video Andy Night. Okay. Whatever wins this poll isn't necessarily what we do. I'm just trying to figure out what like the overall direction is that we should go today. Yeah, I feel like PoE2 also needs a lot of time. I got live so late today because I woke up very late, first of all. I woke up super late. Also, I sorted my binder with a few more cards. My binder now also has Sky in there. And I already forgot who I also added. Toddlers. Sky and Toddlers. So, they have been added to my binder. I'm still missing some more people. Sanson! Hello! Hello! I have your card! Twice! You're ultra rare. You are not yet, I think, in my binder. But you will be soon. There is a couple people still missing. Yesterday evening, I finished adding all the Sky cards I had. And all the Toddlers cards I had into the binder. You are still missing. And Lena, I think that's all I have room for. There's gonna be some that just don't fit in the binder. I'll have to use a second binder for those. I'll prioritize friends and everyone else first. Over. Wait, does she not have her own card yet? Do you not have your own 10 yet? I can trade you one. I can bring it to TwitchCon. I can trade you one. Your 10 looks insane, bro. I can bring one to TwitchCon if you don't end up getting a first edition one. I'll bring it to TwitchCon. I'll trade you one. I got you. Thank you for the big boy raid. Thank you.
Has anyone beaten Riku in pulling 33 ultra rares in 6 boxes?
What the
She
fuck?
ended up with 5 copies of Fei Fei's ultra rare.
You know what? Let me count mine. Because I opened 6 boxes now. Let me see, chat. I don't think I can beat that, but I'm pretty darn close. Also, I'ma have I'm gonna count +1 ultra rare to mine because I gave like 6 boosters to Buska from one of my boxes because I found them laying on the floor. I guess they kind of just slipped out when I placed stuff around. So I will count it as mine because it's technically from my box. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And then I have a bunch of free pages where I still have missing VTubers. 16 in my binder. But I also have a couple duplicates and people I don't have room in my binder for, or people that I don't want in that binder. For those I have an extra binder because there isn't room. I'm prioritizing my friends first. 16, 17, 18, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 20. Something's wrong. 17, 18, 19, 20. Hold up. 20. 20. I have more. Hold up. 20. I have more duplicates somewhere. These were the non-duplicates I still have to put in the binder. But I didn't have time for that yet. 20. And here are the dupes and people I don't have room in binder for. 20. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. I have 35 in 6 boxes. 35 in 6 boxes. Buska opened 2 boxes by now, I think. Plus my 6 that I had on the floor for some reason. And he only has 2. He only has 2. And one of them didn't even come from his box. It came from my box. Yes, 35 URs. Yeah. You got anything good? Yeah, he got my Lena UR. Which, at first I was like, that sucks. But also he got the artist Lena, so he can complete a full Lena set. So that's pretty sick. Frame got 40! That's insane. In how many boxes? Oh, and he got also a buff pop artist card, and I have a spare buff pop UR, so he could trade me that UR. Oh no, he could ask me to trade my UR for something, because he has cards I don't have yet. He has spares and dupes that I don't have yet, so I have leverage here. Because he has the buff artist card, but no buff UR. I have leverage, yes. Frame's last time was a nano? Oh, I want nano! Frame-based heavenlies UR in ketchup. What? Speaking of heavenly, Buska got Heavenly Father's UR as well, which I don't have yet, so I want it. She was drunk. That's crazy. She was drunk and someone paid $50 to do it. That's insane, dude. Yeah. Gamersupps said I still have box in transit. I just don't know if they're first edition or not. I forgot to ask. I just know I have boxes in transit. That's it. can't wait to get my boxes and open them. Dude, it's so fun. Next week, I'll do some more. Hopefully, by then, they should arrive in the beginning of next week. So, Friday or something, I can open another pack or two, hopefully. I was thinking maybe I can open a box or two on stream by myself, and then maybe I can ask Nax if he still has boxes to open, and we could do a competition again like we did with
Boski gonna
Cinder.
be like, I'll trade you a card for top shelf of the fridge privileges. 1 free day to grab whatever you need from the kitchen counter, and a jump boost to the streaming chair. Girl, I'd take the offer.
Shut up! You're so fucked up, bro. Stop umming! That's fucked up. Chat. I'm gonna be completely real with you. I am surprised how many people want to start Puppy Playtime and finish it tomorrow. I still think it would be more fun to play it tomorrow and just pump it. So we have one consistent, stitched together story like we've done with all of those games so far, for the most part. I still think that'd be more fun. We can watch a recap of Puppy Playtime Chapter 3 because I never completed it because I soft-locked myself in the game. And honestly, that kind of ruined the flow. And I didn't play it again for like 2 or 3 days. And then people kept saying how Chapter 3 is kind of ass and like whatever. And then I never really felt like watching it anyways. I used to start many games partially and then finish them the following days. But maybe I'm wrong in assuming here, but it seems that Chad and I both prefer the other way. It seems that we both prefer to do just doing our thing for a long day. It seemed that every day I went back to finish a game, the second, third, and fourth day I played the game, Chat was less and less and less invested and interested. Like, if you were to draw a curve, it will be a downward trend, if that makes sense. I agree. It's a common problem for most streamers. Like, imagine if for Subnautica, we didn't have a Subnautica-thon, a subathon, but instead would have played the game for like 2-3 hours a day over like 2 weeks. It would not have been fun. You can't tell me that would have been fun. You can, nuh-uh. It would have been stretched out way too long, yeah. And I think that is the case with most games. And also, I have been enjoying games so much more if I just pump them. Because I'm a gamer. I'm not some variety ARPG streamer where I play a game for like 2-3 hours variety every day and just bounce between games. I'm a gamer. I hop on, I play a game, I pump that bitch for 7 hours, and I call it a day. Yeah, I'm a gamer. Dude, February? Okay, I'm already spoil. Shh, I'm spoiling a little bit. But February we have a really cool release of a really cool game. I'm going to be playing non-fucking stop. Monta Hunter. So we're gonna have another gaming marathon. I am very excited, and you better pretend to be excited as well, because I'm gonna have a nice cool event again on Twitter. So you better keep that excitement up for Twitter. Yeah. And it's the perfect release date because like I think Hyper was it? Someone just pointed out the release date, but it's on the 28th, which is perfect because that's the weekend. So I can pump all weekend long. We can do the thing we did for Subnautica where we can just pump Friday, I wake up, boom, and we fucking pump. Oh, it was Orca, sorry. And we just fucking pump. I wake up, boom, trailer, boom, game, boom. 17 hours of Monster Hunter later. I go batch, we wake up, boom, next day. I don't think I'll play the open beta. I think so close before launch. I just want to pump the game. The actual game. Just experience the game. I'll pump it when it comes out. I don't think I'm interested in the beta. Yeah, I feel like it would be a mistake. It would get rid of the hype. Yeah. It would be so much better if at this point we get to experience the game to its fullest. The way it's meant to be experienced. There's a beta exclusive cosmetics. Oh, then I might do the same. I might download the beta on Steam and just hop onto the game. And then ditch the game just to get the cosmetics. Yeah, I'll just skip the cutscenes and everything if I can. If I can't, I'll just have it on the side. I won't look. I'll just boot up the game fully muted right away. Dude, you know me, I'm a sucker for cosmetics. When Monster Hunter, what was it? Monster Hunter, what was the one for the Switch? When they announced the fucking cosmetics, Rise. When they announced the fucking Okami cosmetics, bro, I was a sucker for that bitch. You know I was. I love cosmetics. I can sell you an exclusive cosmetic of nothing. How did I get into Rise? Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I tried really hard to enjoy Rise. I can't. I thoroughly enjoy the mounting mechanic, by the way. Lots of people don't like it. I think it was pretty cool. I think it was sick. I enjoyed it. I tried so hard. I have how many hours of Rise? I have 42 hours of Rise. I gave it a solid try. And this is only on PC. I have the Switch version as well. But I prefer PC. I gave it a solid try. I really, really did. I can't, chat. I can't, bro. I can't. Yeah, Worlds was just better than Rise. It's just... I gave it a solid try. What did you not like about it? You know what? I can't tell you. I know this sounds weird. I can only tell you I didn't like it. I can't tell you why I didn't like it, if that makes sense. That's all I can tell you. I don't have a solution to the problem. I just know I didn't enjoy it. It wasn't terrible. It was just not... Nothing kept me. Yeah, the vibe was just... Yeah, it felt disconnected, I guess. The vibe just wasn't there. It didn't captivate me. I did like the mounts, though. I think the mounts were very fun. Is there any images for what's inside Cinder's deck box? That's Cinder's. I don't know. I'm not Cinder. I have no clue, bro. You're gonna have to go ask Cinder for that one. I'm so sorry to disappoint, but I don't bloody know. I don't have the deck box myself either yet. I didn't even know she was gonna have one. I have no clue. No one told me that there were gonna be additional binders and deck boxes. No one told me. I had no idea. I don't know. You're gonna have to ask Sunday. I'm not responsible for what other people do with their merch. So that was planned for later, but I guess I threw it in the pre-order anyways. Yeah, I guess the release was just too popular. Maybe she was like, the release was just too popular, and then I guess she was like, well, I want my stuff out now. And then Gamersupps was like, makes sense. Fun! Thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for the 5 gifted! My man. Yeah, it may have been like a sort of compensation for how fast things sold out. Yeah, I guess so. A little fan. Where my smooch? The flow of Rise was wholly different from World, especially in like the sense of like connecting attacks. There was a sense of like there was an actual hit in Worlds. Rise, it felt much like it was sliding off. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know why I didn't like Rise. I can tell you why I like Worlds. I can't tell you what I didn't like about Rise. But I felt like in Worlds, the environment was so much more lovely, if that makes sense. Like, in World, it just... I feel like the fauna exists alongside the monsters, and it's just this... The monsters are this large, like, creature in there, but the fauna is also like equally as ginormous and relevant. But in Rise, it felt like, oh, that's a mudskipper, and if I walk too close, he walks 5 steps and then he fades out slowly but surely, like his model just fades away. In Worlds, he just like, they just physically walk around until they like go hide in a hole or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, Worlds felt like an Avatar movie, dude. Yeah, World just felt like an actual, well, world. Yeah, I guess World just felt more immersive. I don't know what to tell you or how to describe it. It's just World just felt more immersive. Yeah, 100%. I feel like Rise would have been amazing if it wasn't held back by its technical aspects, like what the Switch can run. If it didn't have the technical limitations, I think it would have been a banger just like Worlds. I think so. You have a beautiful voice. Thank you.
Thank you.
What weapon did you main in World? Oh, I went through so many weapons. I started with the based insect glaive. Then I went to bow. Then longbow, crossbow, whatever it was called. Then I had the longsword, I think. Then I had the tickle sticks, And then I became a thorough enjoyer of the lands. The tickle sticks, they're the tickle sticks! The daggers, the tickle sticks! The dual blades, thank you. That's what they're called. Tickle sticks. But yeah, I became a big enjoyer of the Lance later. Lance was great. Tickle, tickle.
I like Rise more because the hunters felt more powerful than Worlds. Also, movement was so much more fast-paced than Worlds nodders.
I honestly big agree, but I think those are reasons why I liked it less, unironically. Honestly, big agree. I did feel more powerful. Big agree. I felt movement was so much nicer. Big agree. But I think unironically, that's why I liked it less. Because in Worlds, it feels like the actual world is hard to traverse. Apart from it being clunky to do so, it just felt like it is hard to do so as well. Like, all of the areas are high up or far down, lava or sandy in a cave or whatever the fuck. Or the monsters were powerful, like, you were hammering down. If you actually step up to the next boss, like to the next mob, without having its armor or elemental advantages yet, you are hammering this bitch for 20 minutes. As you should, in my opinion. Like, that's a big ass fucking dragon. And I have fucking chopsticks. I should be hammering this bitch down for a couple minutes. That is... It just feels like that's what should be happening. You know, like, it's just... I like the difficulty of... I'm hammering the fuck out of that monster. And once I kill it and I get that one fucking scale, I'm so happy because that one fucking scale of that 20 minutes gets me one step further to getting its fucking armor. So now it will... And if I get one more armor piece, it will finally be a little bit less difficult because I can probably survive an attack a little bit better than Brink of Death. You know? Oh, I noticed this too, but at the same time, I didn't play Rise for enough hours. Like, I have hundreds of hours in Worlds. Rise, I quit after like 40. So, yeah, the monsters just felt larger in Worlds. But I blame that on me not being long enough in the game. Thank you so much for what happened.
I do
Gaming!
agree Worlds felt more immersive, but Rise had more of an arcade-like feel from OG Monster Hunter games that were on the PSP.
I agree. Yes. Gaming, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Thank you! I am not saying Rise is bad. I just enjoyed it less. I prefer the massive, larger,
the wire bug made the
immersive.
game feel so easy. I just stopped playing.
Yeah.
There was no punishment for doing stupid things. You just wire bugged out of danger and it
Yeah.
made every fight feel like training wheels were on.
Yeah. Dad, thank you for the tier 2. Thank you. Thank you for 2 gifted. Thank you. Gifted tier 2s. Yeah, we're talking about Monster Hunter. Yeah. Fizz, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
While I have almost 300 hours in Rise,
Ooh.
World just feels so grounded in a good way. Rise started to feel overtuned and fake. World is just such an experience even outside of hunting the monsters. Also based Lance user.
I really like Lance a lot. I don't know why. I just think the fantasy... Okay, I think it's the fantasy. If I hunt this massive fucking monster that I am the size of its toenail off, it would make sense if I am sitting there in like caked up armor with a fat shield and a big ass pokey stick, you know? I just think it looks cool. It just hits that fantasy spot for me, you know? Like, I am fighting this immovable object as the immovable object. Yeah. I don't think I watched any Monster Hunter movie ever. Are they good? Using the pokey stick to probe him for victory. Yep. Gunland is also very fun. Yes, going kaboom is very fun. I just really like the fantasy of the lands. It's really fun. Oh, Shuni, thank you. I hopefully have some more cards I can open this Friday. That would be nice. Yeah. So hopefully this Friday you'll get to see some more of my hands. So you better not be tired of them. You have some more this Friday. Don't wear white on white again. I hate you. I literally wore a black sweater the other day. Fuck you. I literally put on my Kenji sweater. The conscious made it worse. Okay, that means going back to white. Fuck you. Bitch.
Hey Lily, I was wondering something about the V cards. Will there be more God Rare cards in the future as more creators get added?
Oh, yes.
So the new creators all get a chance for a 1/1 card?
They're all... Every creator will have a God card, but there will only ever be one. And please don't buy
Did
packs.
anyone tell you your fit looked real cute during the first handcam stream? So
Thank you! It's my favorite fit. It's the most comfy too. I think all the girls can relate that, like, loose sweater and like high skirt is like the coziest fit you can have. Yeah, the oversized sweater skirt combo is always like the most fun combo. Yeah, they're way too comfy. Yeah, it's super cozy. Just lose the sweater, fuck off. Call me crazy, but there's some shrimp crawling around your model. Where? No! Don't do it. Don't do it. Dude, I have no idea what I'll be doing with the motorbike helmet now. The main reason I couldn't use it is because it's foggy. I could not use it. It's too foggy. I wore the helmet and like 5 minutes in, I can't see shit. The visor is foggy. So I ended up having... It is pretty heavy, but I got the lightest they had. Can't you return it? I probably can, but I will keep it because one, it wasn't too expensive. It was just over $100. It is a lot of money, but there is maybe some possibilities for some fun things with the helmet, convention-wise, or maybe I can do some social media fun things with my friends and I just have a helmet on. It could just become a brand that if I ever do IRL stuff, I'll just have the helmet. Who knows? So I don't want to return it because there might still be fun uses that we didn't think of yet. I will try using my phone again because Yuchi yesterday gave me an app to connect my phone to my PC without Video Ninja, so hopefully that one will be a bit easier to use. If I open the visor, then you can see my face.
During your hand cam stream warmed my heart. Ha get dread jump scared. For real, both streams were a great time. Thank you for getting out of your comfort zone for that.
Thank you. I was very nervous in the beginning. Bro, it was... it was Swamp City, bro. It was Swamp City. I'm gonna be honest. My ass was wet. I was so nervous during the hand... Okay, so the thing is, I think I have nice hands, right? But this wouldn't be...
What were you gonna say, Lily? You were talking about the cards and said do not buy boxes. What were you gonna say after that?
Sorry. Don't buy boxes in hopes of getting the one-on-one god card.
Just get a motorcycle.
Easy. Just get a motorcycle. Don't buy boxes in mass amounts just to have a chance to get the god card. Like, there is only one of those existing from each creator. There is 42 creators in there that can have a god card. Spread across like what, 7 million cards almost? It's not worth it. Don't do it. It's not worth it. Don't do it. Like, if you keep buying boxes just because you want a god card, don't do that. You can buy however many boxes you want and can afford. I don't give a shit. But don't do it for that specific reason. You know, don't do it for that specific reason. Do it because of whatever the fuck else, but don't do it because of that. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. The Gamersupps already planned which videos are going to be the next set. Oh yeah, the planning is already in the works. Yeah. We are already in the works of figuring out. Oh well, some already are gonna be in the next one. They already know, and then there's gonna be some more that we are like, hey, we need more creators. We want more, and we will do a similar healthy mixture of obviously larger creators and hopefully also bringing some awareness to smaller creators. This way, the larger creators will have a cool source of income and something to promote and like continuously make content and merch from. And the smaller creators will get the exposure from the big creators. Because their cards will constantly be shown on streams, talked about, and whatnot. Like, people will pull the card and they're like, who the fuck's that? They'll look them up and they're like, oh, cute, you know, so it's a win-win. So we have a healthy mixture of big creators for promotion, and they promote the smaller creators, and in exchange they get a platform to make merchandise and income from, and the smaller creators will have not as much of a platform for merchandising and profit, but they will get the exposure from being on this game that is being so heavily promoted by like all of the bigger creators. So hopefully in the long run, it ends up being a source of income and promotional value. Basically. So that would be nice. Yeah, and everyone gets to choose their own artist. Like, if they either Gamersupps makes art for them, or Gamersupps is just like, if you have an artist, go ahead. Like, you want multiple artists to do art, go ahead, bro. Yeah, I'm really happy with how many people are participating. Also with how many people are hopefully going to be in the next future releases. Very, very exciting. Also, I need people to stop messaging me to be on the card game. Not my business. That's on Gamersupps. There's people in the card game I have never even once heard of. I don't know who they are. I have no goddamn idea. And they're still in the game. I never even knew of their existence until I pulled their face out of the deck and I was like, who the fuck is that? It is not up to me who's in the game. I've been, from the very beginning, very clear about that. I don't want people to suck up to me. You can get off my dick now. go ride Gamersupps' dick. It's not my responsibility to get people onto the game. I just oversee the project and make sure it meets standards that are acceptable. Yeah, I've said that many times, and yet people still are up my ass thinking they have to suck up to get into the game. I'm like, I don't stop. I don't go away. It meets standards. I have to block her still. I have to block that bitch. I have to block. I feel like at this point she deserves a binder space in my like VIP binder, because like at this point this bitch, she's just I hate her. At this point she deserves a spot in my main binder. The bastard cat will haunt you. But yeah, I still have a few more pages, but I think I have more people. I have some people I still want in there. I have to check. I have to finish my binder, and then I might have to make some tough decisions, because unfortunately, one binder is not enough to put every creator on their own page, unfortunately. So I'm gonna have to make some tough decisions. I have another binder. I already have another binder. So I have to figure out who I want to have in my main binder, because there is some pages. I'm having one page that I want to have the back side of the cards off, and I have one page that I want to make harpoons only. So I'm missing a few pages to have all of the VTubers in there. So some of the VTubers I don't know or have no connections with, they will just have to go like shoe into the other binder, I guess. It will just have to be this way. And I don't want anyone to make some weird assumptions about anything. I prefer to obviously have the people I'm close to in my first binder, or people that I like, my Oshis, people I'm a fan of and care about, even if we're not friends, but they're just my Oshis. So obviously they're gonna be in the number 1 VIP binder. And then the rest will have to be sleeved or be in the second binder by themselves. I am super upfront about that. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that I have to be friends with everyone and their mom. Like, girl, I'm approachable, but I'm not gonna... It's unrealistic to be friends and love everyone that is, bro. You know how big the VTuber space is? I only have room and time for so many friends, obviously. Yeah, I was very upfront about it. I'm not gonna be some weird pretentious person that's just like, oh wow, I can't wait to put this lovely person that I don't follow on Twitter, never interacted with, into my binder, just to make sure people don't have weird assumptions. Like, I don't know them. And that's the whole point of V-Cards. The whole point of V-Cards is to hopefully have some people in there that maybe no one fucking knew, and then maybe they get some exposure from that. Either from fans or other creators who are like, oh, that's a cute design. Let me go check them out. I've never heard of them. Yeah, I said it early on. I'm upfront. I'm not gonna pretend anything other. Like, you aren't friends of 8 billion people? Crazy. True. You guys don't know who I do or don't know, but I think it's pretty obvious that if I go crazy over a person I've never seen in my life, chat is like, wow, she really seems to be into this person she's never rated, talked to, collabed with, spent time with, interacted with, followed, commented on, or anything like it. Like, sure, I can sit here and pretend like we're besties, but the receipts show otherwise, and then I'll be in drama being like, Lily is a pretentious bitch. The space is too big, yeah. Yeah, right? Can you imagine how weird it would be if I did do that? If I pull someone I don't know, I'm just like, whoa! No way! It's the one and only! And I mispronounce the name, I'll just be like, Naimo Noche Akumuni. No way! I've always wanted her card! Yeah, it would be so fake, bro. Oh, true. I did do that for Dianite. Dianite. The Dianite card. The Dianite. I had no idea how to pronounce the name, bro. Poor Rico. Did you see her tweet? No, I did not. Did she tweet about it? Oh no, poor Rico. Let me stalk her Twitter real quick. Rico saw me struggle. Oh no. Oh no. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, there's so much glorpy, Miku. I'm so proud that she had such a hit tweet. Let me see.
With how loud you EK'd about the God Pack, I wonder if you would have gotten kicked out if you pull a 1-1.
Dude, oh my god. I thought, I'm gonna be honest, I thought that the God Pack meant that I had a chance to have an actual God card in there. Like, that was the one. I was so happy. I didn't know it was just an extra rare, like, card. Oh my fucking god. The slander. The slander. She pulled me and called me Dianite. Time to disown the Orca daughter. I'm holding it too close to the camera. My poor baby has been done so dirty. And then the way I play victim and blame her. Me when I play victim. Me when I fuck up and play victim. Oh god. Chat, remember the new outfits we had planned? I've been disowned now. Remember the new debuts we had planned? I got bad news.
2 trips to the States and you pronouncing stuff like a second. Dianite and Naimu Noche are peak bros. Baby Nos surely understands.
Baby Nos must understand. He gets me.
Dia was watching, you know. Also, I heard the God cards are gold foil cards. Is this true?
I don't know. I've never seen one in my life. None of us have ever seen a God card.
Idea.
We don't know.
Next cards release. Hear me out. Hear me out. Cursed cards. Where they are drawn by people who never drew in their life. In MS Paint. And all the names are just cursed. Sean Lyle. Diane Raku. Akman Num. I end my business proposal.
An April Fool's set would go hard. You know what? I'm putting it on my to-do list.
Why toss and turn? I keep stress in my mind. Why look for peace but see I don't attain?
April Fool's
what I need
set.
keeps this silly game we play.
April Fool's set. ideas. A set of cards drawn by non-artists and named and spelled cursed or incorrectly. And yes, warm card. Oh, I still have to talk to Gamersupps about this. Chat, okay, just to set expectations. There is no guarantee I can get a warm card into this fucking game, okay? There is no guarantee. I promised I would bring it up to Gamersupps and I will try my hardest to convince them. But if they say no, it's a no. But I will bring it up. Got card as warm card. You heard her, it's confirmed. Yes, I promised the warm merch. And we are working on it. I promised the warm merch. Yes. April Fool's merch. Yes. Yes. God warm. You sound so excited. She lies so much. We have more merch in the works. It's literally in the works. In fact, we have... Let me go to the Discord. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. We currently have 4 ideas for a full set drop. 5, sorry. We have 5 ideas actually. We're literally working on a set. We have 5 ideas. So don't you dare tell me that I'm not serious about this. I'm working on it. It's in the works, chat. I'm working on it. In the works. Okay, you know what? Let's watch Puppy Playtime Chapter 3 Explained. So tomorrow, we can play it and we know what's happening. Sounds good, sounds good. Okay. I'm glad we talked about this. Nina, thank you. How many times did you have to repeat yourself before the rest you were serious? You know what? With Gamersupps, when I ask them to do something, they don't really question how serious I am about this. They just kind of go. I never really had to convince them. And I'm not sure what exactly that says about my character. I never had to convince them. Well, merch. Got it, boss. Got it. Okay, chat. Let's see. Puppy Playtime. Chapter 3 Explained. What is a good video? Here we have a half-an-hour video that has 4 million views. Honestly, that sounds amazing. That sounds like it will... That sounds really good. Game Theory. We also have 5 million views from Game Theory. Also half an hour long. The Game Theory one? I want play today, but I never finished chapter 3 because I got soft locked, and honestly, the vibe was kind of gone, so I had to start over. Like, I had to fully delete the save file and had to start over, and I was just... The vibe was gone, bro. The vibe was gone. I shouldn't have played on the release. Like, the game literally just released, like, a few hours, and I soft locked myself by leaving an area and coming back, and that changed mechanics, and it just didn't work anymore. It's really weird.
Gamersupps, the company you are partial owner of, can't guarantee something? Do they need more proof? Girl, you literally had a cup which had a picture of you as a stick figure with 2 circles for boobs that sold out in 10 minutes and 25,000 boxes of VTuber cards sold out in less than an hour.
That
April
wasn't just me
Fool's drop
promoting.
will disappear faster than you can blink.
I
Or
think,
plonk, whatever
listen,
you prefer.
you have to realize.
Gamersupps literally said, let her cook. Also for the cursed cards idea, I have demands.
Oh,
Make a great trading card game, cook.
cook. Chat, we never expected this TCG thing to be as successful as it actually turned out to be. So I know you've seen a tweet already from earlier, but we are trying our hardest. We've seen some of the feedback. First of all, I already talked about it yesterday. The funny idea of V cards for VTubers was that V card is a wordplay with virginity, and if you lose, they take your V cards. So we made it a funny rule. Obviously, we just assume that people who don't like that, no one likes the actual property taken away. So we just assume that people will have friendly matches when no one takes anyone's cards. It's just a funny saying, but you know. We are gonna change the rules to reflect how that's an optional thing. It's for the wordplay, bro. It's for the wordplay. We thought it would be funny if we take someone's V card, you know. So yeah, we didn't expect hardcore TCG nerds to actually take things so literal that they will refuse to accept anything else like house rules. We just assume that this is a funny idea and yeah. Rules unclear, loses virginity. Super Neko! We can still potentially host hardcore tournaments where if people are down, we can make it so in a hardcore tournament, if you lose the cards you lost with. Like, you lose those VTubers, but whatever. Anyways, chat, I know people always want to talk about scalpers and limiting things per person. Let me just explain real quick how scalping works. Okay. Let me just be real here. I'ma have to have a quick mama bear moment here, okay? I'ma have to have super quick mama bear moment. Limiting how many people can check out an order with X amount of items will not limit scalping. Most scalpers don't fucking sit there and actually buy an actual item physically. It's all run by scripts. If you limit it to 1 packs per person, they will simply make more accounts that buy 2 packs per person. The only thing you're gonna piss off is the actual people wanting to make actual purchases. A scalper will just make more accounts. It's all automated. I don't give a shit, bro. You can't combat scalpers. It don't fucking work. If things were as easy as limiting checkout values, people would do it. Scalpers found a way. You think it's difficult for scalpers to simply make multiple accounts when they already make accounts for just this very same purpose? No. And no, we cannot limit stuff based on address. Lots of people will buy stuff for others. Pre-order is a good counter. However, unfortunately, TCG games don't really work on pre-order. It kind of ruins a lot of the value of like editions and seasons.
Not to derail the topic, but I love it when you're this close up, you know that.
Thank you, Drad! So the best we could do is have a stock of millions. Chat. I've seen the feedback. I know people are mad that we didn't anticipate more sales. Chat, we are talking about selling millions of cards. Millions! An hour. I'm sorry that with all the stats we did have, we didn't anticipate things to get blown out of proportion 700 times. We ran the numbers. We have the stats. This was a calculated decision. We didn't know it was gonna be 700 times as successful, bro. We didn't know. Yes, we underestimated, but not based on the numbers we ran. We just didn't know it was gonna be 700 times more successful than anything that's ever been released ever. Ever! In the entire history of Gamersupps! It broke every record that's been standing for years! Even my own! We anticipated great success. We didn't anticipate hundreds of times greater success. We didn't fucking know, dude. Yeah. So obviously we have millions of first edition cards, but just like Pokemon cards, there's a limited stock of first edition cards and then there will be reprints, but they will no longer be first edition. They will be second, third, and whatever the fuck edition. Yeah. How many boxes are pre-ordered so far? I don't know actually. I don't know. It's just like any other TCG card. We have a massive stock, millions of first edition cards, and after those sold out, there will be reprints, just like every other TCG. Yeah, the second batch might not make it before TwitchCon. However, at TwitchCon itself, you can probably also buy cards and boxes. So, yeah. Yeah, it's hard to predict the success of another released product, especially if we already predicted great success. We did, based on numbers we had before, but we never had numbers for a TCG thing. From a drinking company! So, yeah. Yeah, it was an... I think people underestimate how overwhelming the success was. Of course, we anticipated success, great success. But it was mind-blowing, overwhelming success. We didn't know. We had no idea. So yeah, also, we've seen the feedback when it comes to how the game plays. We intended the game to be easy to play. Like, it's not gonna be too complicated to make it work, if that makes sense. Yeah, I don't think people understand how massive of a warehouse is needed to even host 25,000 boxes of these things and then having them sell out in like 10 minutes. I don't think that understands. But yeah, obviously now we can run the numbers for future releases, like for Season 2, for example. So we can anticipate the release. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah, we also intended for the game to be easy to play. Because we assumed that, you know, it's a TCG. Of course it should be playable, but we assume it's gonna be just a collector's thing. Oh, VTubers will have their fans buy some boxes and then they will collect their OC and then, you know, have it be sitting in like a cabinet somewhere. We didn't anticipate the insane demand for people to want to have an intricate card game. So obviously we're trying to work as hard as we can based on feedback to make sure that we are reworking some things. Obviously, some things will be hard to rework because the print is on the card. The effects are on the card. Whatever is on the card is now set in stone. And if you make season 2 too powerful, the entirety of season 1 will be void and like it will only be collector value and nothing else because you can't play with them because they're just underpowered. But we'll try our best, our absolute best to make it. We had no idea that people wanted a more intricate and complicated game. But we just wanted to make an easy to play game so people can pick it up easily in just 10 minutes and play it against each other. We will try our best to make rules to reflect a hopefully somewhat harder and more in-depth experience. I'm not quite sure how we do this yet because like I said, rewriting effects will be difficult because the cards are out and printed, right? The cards are out and printed. We can't undo that. So we can't change the effects. And if we change the effects and more intricate effects for season 2, it would kind of void the first release because they just won't be able to keep up with that type of power level. But then at the same time, looking at Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh cards, that's not that big of a deal either. It seems to be a very common theme in TCG cards that every season kind of power creeps the last season, previous season. So that isn't necessarily the biggest issue because like who the fuck still plays with first edition Yu-Gi-Oh cards, bro? Those decks are laughable. You can't use those, the fuck? So we will see what we do. So maybe we'll figure out what to do. Just know we're working on it. I promise your feedback is heard. But it isn't as easy as sitting down one evening and just rewriting the thing. But your feedback is heard. We're trying to find a good way, hopefully, to make the game more complicated, like Chat asked. Lots of people liked how the game is easy to understand, but most people seem to want a more in-depth version of the game. Yeah. No, it won't be too complicated, but we'll try and make it more in-depth, more. We're not gonna make it super complicated, but we will try different ways to make it more fun and make it a bit deeper of a game, you know? We'll try and make it deeper. It won't be like, holy shit, you need a fucking master's degree to play the game, but we'll base our stuff on feedback and figure out what we can change in the rule set and in the effects of the card to keep it slightly more interesting, yes, and allow for a bigger variety and builds of decks and metas, perhaps. Yeah, not everything is set in stone because this is the first release ever. One, we thought that we never knew that this game was going to speak so loudly to the hardcore TCG fans. 2, we didn't expect the success to be as big as it was. 3, we were under the impression that most VTuber fans aren't necessarily hardcore gamers. We didn't know they were hardcore into TCG either. So we assumed that they will probably want something that is easier to understand and doesn't need more than 10 minutes to understand and pick up. So, yeah. It all felt like a string of pleasant surprises. Yeah. But we're obviously gonna make sure right away that we'll try and rework some of the rules, hopefully to make it more in-depth. We will obviously reflect the new rule changes on the website that the QR code leads you to. If you're just looking to collect, good shit, nothing will change for you. If you're looking to actually play the game, we'll try and make it more in-depth. But I think there's only so much we can change for the actual rules. We will look at the rules for sure. We will also try and see if there should be limitations. Some people had amazing feedback, like we should limit how many cards of XYZ could be in the deck. So not just limit how many Shy Lilies, but how many power level 10 cards, how many power level 9 cards, blah, blah, blah. And we will try and maybe look into what we can do with the season 2. Like, do we make more in-depth effects, more intricate effects? Like, do we find more cool things we can do? You know, unlimited harpoons. Fuck you, I fucking hate you. So yeah, it will take a few seasons, but the feedback is super appreciated. Yeah. What if in season 2 card sets add special cards that boost some cards and weaken others from season 1 when they are meets in hand? Honestly, whatever ideas you have, feel free to reflect those ideas. Always. Either on social media or on posts or anything like that. Yeah. I see the first gen more like an alpha test, similar to MTG Alpha, Beta, Magic the Gathering, where they've rewritten some major rules based on feedback. It's to be expected with a new TCG. Yeah. And maybe we can make fusions a thing. Who knows? Pot of Greed. I summon Poison Demon in attack mode. Yeah, equipment style cards could be cool. Though the mascots kind of function like that.
Power creep and feature creep is so common and easy to do in card games. Being so successful that people want more is a good problem to have. Throwing a shot in the dark, experiment with rather than changing cards, maybe the area and the way they are played change. Those things take time, trial and error.
I don't think any existing cards will be changed. That's unrealistic. To say that, hey, if you now have a Shillelagh card, remember the effect changed. Or like, hey, remember you have a cool first edition Lily, but you can't play with her because we changed her effect in the following editions. Like, nah, the effects that are written right now, we can't change that. But we can maybe change the gameplay and rules to maybe make it more intricate. Hopefully, maybe. And in season 2 and 3, we can then come up with new effects that are maybe a bit more in-depth, you know? So yeah, there will most likely... It's always difficult to avoid power creep because whenever you make a new effect, people might find ways to exploit that. That's just kind of how it is. Who the fuck just says Big Man Blastoise? Big Man Blastoise. Big Man Blastoise. Big Man Blastoise, Big Man Blastoise, Big Man Blastoise, Big Man Blastoise. Yeah, we got time to work things out. Obviously, I'm always scared of power creep, but at the same time, I think if you come up with new things and want to reuse as little as possible from the season 1 in terms of effect and statuses, there will be power creeps, not because they're designed to be power creeps, but just because you come up with something new and it might end up being so broken that it just becomes meta. It's like Pokemon, where some cards and Pokemon or abilities are literally banned because when they were designed, no one expected it to be so exploitatory. Like, there's so many banned Pokemon combinations, Pokemon matches, or Pokemon passives or abilities that are banned in competitive play just because they're just too strong. They're just too strong, bro. The one designed to be overly broken, but people were like, oh, what if I do this, teach it this, and then run it in this team? You know? Yeah, it's, you know, the more you add, the more combinations you can have of things. And it's just like, oops, we made something very broken. Yeah, we can also do seasonal stuff. Like, you know what Magic the Gathering does or what Hearthstone does, where we can always make tournaments where only current decks are allowed or only X amount of decks. Like, we can have a Season 1 tournament. We can have a Season 2 only tournament. We can have a Season 3 tournament, you know? It'd be pretty fun too. So you can have a wild tournament where... You can have the wild one where everything goes. Everything. Whatever exploitatory tactics you found, you can run. But so can the enemy. Or you can do other things where it's just like seasonal tournaments. So like we can have a Season 2 only tournament. Or you can do limited tournaments where it's like, okay, it's limited wild tournament where everything goes except for a few things that we know are so broken that like either you run it or you lose. So we just forbid these specific things. Rotations, like I said, we will have multiple seasons. Like, this is the first ever release. We are already working on a list of people who already agreed to be joining the card game or be on it for the next season or reaching out to them. Also, we saw the feedback about support cards, and some of them, we're not blind. We saw some people being upset that quote-unquote non-VTubers are in the game. But I'ma be here to be the voice of reason and hopefully make some sense. Some people are so close and so related to VTubers. Why wouldn't they be in here? Just because you don't watch them doesn't mean that chat wouldn't be through the fucking roof if Nags was in the game. You know? Like, yeah, sure, maybe you don't care for that specific support card because you're like, I don't know why they're in there, even though they have ties in the game. But on the contrary, my entire chat and many other people's chat would be through the roof if some people, like, for example, Nax will be on it. You know? And that's why they're also only support cards. You know, they're just support cards. Yeah, and limiting it to only VTubers doesn't make sense. And also, there is so many people who would deserve to be on there. Like, there is so many people that are only half-time VTubers as well. Do you want to not have them in the game ever? There are people who have the baby nose card. You know what? Let me ask him. I'm like, yo, wanna be in a game? Like a Vubby card? Yeah, like some people are so... Like, there's, like, Nax is super into VTubers. I know Kana is really into VTubers. You know, Moise is really into VTubers. Some of them cover lots of VTuber news, or they do stuff with VTubers. They're friends with VTubers, or VTuber react Andies, or they're just really friendly with VTubers. You know. MTG has a universe beyond. You can have a Hatsune Miku card. See, that's crazy. Like, it shouldn't. In my opinion, again, I think the feedback is valid, but in my opinion, an Asmon card, it's just the roach. Can you imagine? The Asmon card, it's a roach. My favorite starter, to this day, I'm sorry to disappoint, is still Bulbasaur. I love him. He's the greatest. Roach card should be Riley. Let me just have a Roach out card. The Roach support allows to run away from a hardcore battle. Dude, that would be a sick Asmon card. Yeah, Mata's already a roach, so maybe we can have a roach card because Mata's a roach. Maybe Asmon's support card could just be like a dirty room. Anyways, my point stands. It would be sad to be super exclusive and forbid anyone to be in the game just because they aren't strictly VTubers by VTuber standards. There are so many VTuber adjacent people that work really hard alongside or with or for VTubers that I think giving them a support card is more than fine. Plus, the designs are really fun. And most of the time, for example, Moist Critical's card, it's not even called Moist Critical. The Shylily card is called Shylily. The Moist Critical card isn't even called Moist Critical. It's called Doppelganger. You know? So even if you don't care, let's just say for some reason you don't care for him or any non-VTubers, it's like, it's not even specifically about him. It's just a way to incorporate someone who is supporting the VTuber space, you know? Yeah, I think it's a cool Easter egg. Same with the harpoon. You know, it's just a reference to them. It doesn't even have their name. Same with Coefficient. Like, he has the White Knight card. I think that's really sick. So even if for some reason you're super anti non-VTubers, the card doesn't even push the whole flair of non-VTuber into you. Because it's a White Knight card. It's a doppelganger card. It's a harpoon. You know? They find ways to make a fitting card as like a little cameo. Yeah, and if you're still convinced that they shouldn't be in the game, well, tough tits. Tough tit mouse, chat. Tough tit mouse. Give Emiru a Flash variant support because of the cosplays. That would be so funny. Emmy in the card. She's like just like the cosplay queen. A Pierre card. If you can have a Clipper card. I understand. No, the thing is, I fully understand why people are like, it's a V card. It's VTuber. V card. It's a VTuber TCG.
Doing anything for Valentine's Day?
No, I think I'll just pink. I'll just be pink for Valentine's. I think that's it, chat. I'll just be pink most likely. I'll just be pink for Valentine's. Am I even streaming on Valentine's? Okay, yeah, I am. It's on a Friday. Pink stream. I can take it out in an M+ dungeon.
I don't know how strong the Gamersupps reach is or if already done, but if possible, consult companies who their literal business model is making trading card games. Some have decades of experience, though of course some are dinosaurs who are stuck to their old ways, but they could highlight things the community could never know. Some card game designers wrote books, though sadly I didn't read any yet to recommend.
What makes you think the cards turned out the way they turned out without some help from experienced TCG veterans?
Every day feels like Valentine's with you, Shy.
Oh, Brad! Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I'd like to file a complaint. Magic the Gathering has a lot of cards that aren't about gathering.
Actually, Magic the Gathering cards have cards that aren't about gathering magic. Fuck the game. I mean, the Pokemon TCG also has cards that aren't Pokemon, so... There's cards that are just random objects never featured in any fucking Pokemon game. So, it's just a random fucking object, bro. My Yu-Gi-Oh card doesn't show Yugi, what the fuck?
You gather magic through tapping your lands to channel mana, nerd glasses.
Ah, aha! I would know all about that, yes.
And every TTS with you feels like a punishment dread. I'll beget your ass if you come at which Connie you.
It's called tapping. Tapping. Is that a promise? Any plans to have the V card cards feature in a TCG card shop simulator game?
Question, these were my own hands I referenced. You were two toes friendly, sorry.
Okay, so Yo, you had some nice spicy hand action going on there. Okay. Grime was like, okay, so how do I finger my glove to make it nice and sensual for a nice hand reference? Oh, I know. Gry's hands are sexy as fuck. Gry is one sexy individual. It's for research only. Was insane to hold the phone like this. Did you have your phone in your mouth? Dude, when I used to have to draw things or tell people what I want and I needed a reference I can't find online, I would just take pictures as well. I'll just use that as a reference. Like, if I don't know how a hand is holding something or how the fingers bend, I'll just grab the object. It is of whatever shape and I just take a picture and then I'm like, okay, that's how it goes. And then I can sketch it and give it to my artist and be like, I want it to be more like this. And then they fix it for me. Like Mr. Pussypuss. Yes, I will just grab Mr. Pussypuss. Like, for example, Rikuhin literally... Okay, hopefully I'm not full of shit, but if I remember right, for the phone toggle, Rikuhin literally grabbed her phone and checked how she's holding it. The phone toggle had a different hand pose in the beginning, and then she redid the whole pose based on a reference, if I am not mistaken. She looked how she is holding an actual phone and, you know, position her fingers to be nice and cutesy and not just like, hold grab. You know? Dude, artists use so many references. I also cut off a question. Oh, about TCG card Shop Simulator game, if you wanna come back to that. Oh, right. I don't know. Definitely trying to expand the TCG card game, especially with the leverage we have right now because of how extremely successful it was. So we will see what we can do with this leverage. Yes, that'd be nice. Let's watch game theories, chat. Let's watch game theories. I just wanted to show and highlight a few points. So your feedback and criticism is very well received. I'm always so happy when people speak up about it. Even if they say it in a mean way, feedback is feedback after all. Like some people will be like, what the fuck is this garbage? In the end of the day, no matter how upsetting they've been typing it, it's still feedback. Feedback! And also, it's just... I care a lot, and I had no idea this was gonna be this successful, so obviously, we're trying our best to make it more intricate and expand more and more. And because of its success, we already had so many creators reaching out, wanting to be part of the game, which we appreciate
Lily,
a lot.
I can't wait till this TCG comes to my area. I'm going to pull for you so hard.
Let's go!
Wait. No. Not like that. Um.
Dude, we are digging through a large pile of shit to find some good feedback. That's just how it is. People don't realize that even though that message is hateful, it's feedback, and we see it, and we are trying to find reason in their terribly worded message. We're trying to make it a good experience for everyone. Can I give you feedback? Go on. Go. Speak loud and clearly into the microphone, please. It was just a question. I never had feedback. Okay. This bitch. This bitch, bro. This bitch. Let's watch a game theory. It's been 2 years.
Hi Lily, long time no
Hello.
see. Have you been? Did you have a good day, hun?
I did. Amazing. Thank you so much. Had a great day. Tonight, hopefully, I will drop. Oh, also, I have a cool thing. Wait. Before we watch this video, I have a cool thing I want to post. I've had this for so long and I keep forgetting about it. So here it is. Here it is. Where is it? Where is it? Did I move it to a different folder? Art, maybe? Where did I put it? Oh, I did. I moved it into my reference folder. Okay, it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. Okay. I want to tag here. And I usually tag the artist as in like the tag, but I think this time it's okay.
More bits for Iku to make a head pat toggle. Let US pat that head, damn IT also did not mean to offend. Of course I expected the consultation, the work, research and love put in this project screams this. Truly excited for what is next to come for those V cards. Also can't wait for the homebrew rules of I block your Numi from attacking my shy Lily with Bosco answering DM trap card.
That'd be so funny, what the fuck? Okay, honestly, I don't know how to properly put these in here. I just realized. Okay, I think this is good. Okay. And then an emote. Bloop. Then a shrimp. Shrimp. And then sweat. Perfection. Okay, chat. Finally, after how long have I been streaming? 5 years. After finally 5 years. I've finally done it. After 5 fucking years. It is finally here. After 5 years, I think 5 years, I have a fucking reference sheet. Thanks to Yaklish, I have a reference sheet. For one of my future projects, which I am so hyped about, I needed a reference sheet. I couldn't do it without. So I asked Ilchi, I love her art so very darn much, if she would be down to fix me one of them. And she said yes. After 5 gosh darn years, we finally have a goddamn reference sheet. We also have obviously the base version, of course. Oh, I'm kind of covering it. We have the base version, of course. There we go. Ta-da! And we also have the markings. Ta-da! We have a version for the markings as well. Not only do we have a beautiful ref sheet showing off the beautiful art, but we also have the markings. I love Yochi's art so much as well. I'm so glad she has so much time to work on stuff with me lately because, God, her art has always been so fucking pretty, dude. Proof that she has no guilt? I don't have guilt. No, I'm an orchid. Neither orcas nor cats have guilds. So yeah, we finally have an official reference sheet by my beautiful Yokalesharino. I just realized it doesn't say it's made by Yoklash. Oh, it does. Okay. I was like, that's so sad. It doesn't say it's made by Yoklash. But it is. The note about the backside, yeah, this backside has no markings. I have no marks on the back. I'm gonna say it on stream. Maybe I'll do it in Twitter as well. Artists always have complete artistic freedom. If I have seen so many versions and iteration of my model, and they're all fucking beautiful, bro. Like, it is what it is. It's just, whatever artist freedom you want to change a shape of something slightly, go ahead. You want to give me a fatter ass, go ahead. You're missing some markings, who gives a shit? It's not the end of the goddamn world, brother. No one will be upset because you have forgotten some markings. I have seen beautiful art that has literally no markings. None. Not at all. Not even a single marking, even though that's like one of the only unique features my character has apart from the ears. Speaking of ears, I've seen plenty art without the ears or tail. It's cool, you know. Yeah. Are your feet accessories lore related or just that? Oh no, it's just that. There is no lore to it. When I designed my character,
You actually remembered Keckle. Not that long
I
ago I
did.
asked Jugclash if she had shared the sheet since she showed it off on a stream of hers and
Uh-huh.
I thought it was so beautiful.
It is
She
so
did mention
beautiful,
that she
yes.
refrained from posting it to her Twitter because she believed you wanted to post it first, Keckle.
I did want to post it, but I kept forgetting because other stuff kept being in my mind. Also, if I'm not mistaken, I just recently came across... Where the fuck did it go? I recently came across my old ass art where I designed my character for the very first time. It's funny to see what ideas I had and what actually stuck and what didn't. I'm trying to find it. I don't know where I found it last time. Oh, Rosabelle! Thank you for the raid! Hello, raiders! Hello. Thank you so much! Hello. Thank you. Hello, beautiful people. So if you give me a minute, I can hopefully maybe find it. I saw it literally recently. I was like, oh, how funny to come across that. But now I don't know where the fuck I put it. Was it in a screenshot folder, maybe? It may have been a screenshot folder. Because it was a screenshot, after all. Sorry for the awkward silence while I'm concentrating on finding a random fucking screenshot. What did I find it? Why didn't I put it somewhere where I can find it again? That is so upsetting. That is so upsetting. Ah! Okay, it's not here. Is it in art references, maybe? I literally just recently found it. Wow. I found it! Here it is. Let me just make sure it's all safe. This is my very first ever iteration of Shy Lily that I designed. As you can see, it's a very simple design. I just drew over my 3D model. This is the very first ever Shy Lily. And I just kind of drew over the design in over the naked body model in 3D. The skirt looks... Oh, I don't have my outfit on right now. The skirt looks slightly different. This is a prototype, basically. A slightly different skirt, but you can see the direction it went in. You can see the direction that I wanted to go already. Yeah. I had one thigh-high sock back then, yes. Oh, that is what I wanted, because I wanted to have a thigh squish. So I was like, oh, what if I just have a sock that's too tight? What if I have a sock, just one, and then the other naked, so I put a band there, but then I was like, oh, we can just... And then I kept redesigning. I then worked with an artist. I gave them some more ideas, because as you can see already in the top, I had some more ideas. In the top, I was like, hey, I want this pendant, but I wanted to say Lily. And I also wanted a choker here, so-ish, with the pendant that says Lily. So I used this as reference. And then I worked with an artist. I also had an Orca hat already that I designed for my 3D model that the model had. And I wanted to keep it. So this is what the artist then came back to me after I told them what I want. This is technically the first ever commissioned piece of Shy Lily. This is what the artist then came back with. And I don't remember the artist anymore, unfortunately. This is the first ever Lily. Cute. The hat. The boobies. The top wasn't see-through, which I indicated on the reference that I drew, but it got lost in translation, so we changed that later. And I didn't like the ruffles at the end as much anymore. I didn't like them, so we changed those too, because they were just not nice. I also, at first, I wanted to change the pacing of the ruffle thingies, but then I just dropped them all together because I just didn't like them as much. And yeah, that was the next iteration of Shy Lily. Cute. Yeah. And the bikini was also different back then, slightly. We also changed that slightly with later iterations. Like, this was literally the first ever iteration. And I also said that I don't like that the head has like the sewn on pieces. It didn't have before, but they just wanted to throw in some new ideas, of course. But I didn't like it, so I asked them to drop it again after. But there are more iterations that came ever since. So yeah, cute! I found this yesterday by looking for references in my reference folder, and I was like, oh! I found my first ever drawing of Shy Lily. That was crazy. That was fun to see. I like it, Picasso. Chat. Let's check out game theory. Poppy Playtime game theory. Yeah, a blast from the past. Oh, hold up. I think WAD is muted. Yes. Okay. Boom.
It's been 2 years since Poppy Playtime Chapter 1 released and took the internet by storm. It was everywhere. And so understandably, Chapter 2 was immediately put into production. 7 months later, there it was. Again, it was a huge success, so naturally Chapter 3's development was underway. And so we waited, and waited, and waited. 18 months have gone by, and still we're waiting. That doesn't mean Mob Games has left us completely empty-handed. They've been giving us little tidbits of lore in all kinds of strange places. But with all these little breadcrumbs of lore being dropped over such a long period, it can be hard to keep track of what we do and don't officially know. That is, until today. Today I'm giving you in one complete video the definitive Poppy Playtime timeline. The Poppy Playtime line. Poppy Playtime line. Poppy Playtime line. It feels like it doesn't work, but it works, technically. Just saying. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that'll stretch far and wide to find the lore. And while I'm busy doing that, why don't you give a big ol' huggy-wuggy to that subscribe button? We're always doing videos like this to keep you guys up to date, and clearly, it's necessary. I mean, Mob Games has gone a bit insane with the lore drops for this one. It's not quite FNAF levels of let's release 20+ books with a single line of lore hidden in each one, but still, it's a lot to have to keep track of. Outside of the 2 main chapter releases, we've had a spin-off title with 3 phases and 2 VHS tapes, 3 found footage YouTube videos, 2 ARGs with dozens of tiny scraps of lore, and a partridge in a pear tree. They even hid lore in their anniversary videos. Like, who does that? Who does that? But while their methods might seem unorthodox, it does mean that there's a lot of lore and a lot of dates getting thrown around that are pretty difficult to keep track of, especially when all the story they've been seeding out happens decades before the actual games themselves.
Damn.
So today, we're gonna be wiping the slate clean
Before
and
the
starting
game.
over. We're gonna be putting all the evidence together, all the theories we've had to create one cohesive timeline, so when Chapter 3 does release next month, we know exactly where we stand and what to expect. Strap on those grab packs, friends.
Oh,
it's
is this
time to
before
lure
Chapter
ourselves
3?
into the depths of this haunted toy empire's history. The story
you know
begins
what?
not
That's
with
cool.
any of the games, but rather with Playtime Co.'s website. On this now deleted webpage, we learn about the company's founder, Elliot Ludwig. He founded Playtime Co. in 1930 as a way to, quote, bring joy to children. He gave everything to his company, but sadly that work ethic would just wind up pushing his wife into divorce. Regardless, Elliot continued onward.
That's so sad. Babe, I have to work. Okay, fuck you then.
determined to bring Playtime Co. to new heights. And according to the controversial NFT collection, in 1950, the company created the toy that would put them on the map. In the most incredible doll video on YouTube announcing the game, we find our titular toy, Poppy Playtime. Elliot had outdone himself. Poppy wasn't just a lifeless doll, she could talk to you. She could even respond to questions, making her an instant hit with children everywhere. She was also an instant hit with the parents, because her hair smelled just like her namesake of poppies. Flower that doesn't actually have much of a scent, but does contain opium, which
I
was
like
used throughout
poppies.
history in children's medication to relieve pain and help
Oh. Well, anyways, moving on.
sleep. So you had this new toy that every child wanted, and then parents would suddenly find that their kids were much calmer and sleepier. These toys started to fly off the shelves, and the company became a household name. That said, not all poppies were created equally. All the regular Poppy dolls were incredible feats of engineering, but one was at a different level. Her conversational skills were like having a conversation with an actual person.
Sorry. I didn't mean to scare you.
But that wasn't a coincidence, because she was an actual person. Hidden Game Files is an unused ending monologue for Chapter 2, where Poppy reveals a lot more about her backstory. Specifically, this line right here.
Terrible things have happened, and I am the cause. Being able to exist as a doll, it has killed so many people.
And when you combine that with the maintenance VHS where we saw blood dripping off her voice box and those weirdly human-looking eyes of hers, it reveals that this Poppy was in fact a real person. Emphasis on was. Something happened to her, and I think we have a pretty good idea of what. It all comes back around to Elliot in the next decade of the timeline, the 1960s.
In the 1960s, an unfortunate family death had pushed Ludwig down to his lowest.
This family loss started it all, and I believe that this was the person who became Poppy, the first of what would be many others. But Elliot didn't have any family that we know of. His wife divorced him 3 decades ago, and any children that he'd have had with her would be in their 30s at this point. That's why the prevailing theory is that Elliot had a young adopted daughter. He wanted to bring joy to children, to the point that he would encourage his employees to also
17
adopt,
months.
even going so far as to build an orphanage on factory grounds.
That is why it is with enormous pleasure that I announce Playtime, our very own on-site orphanage.
Adoption and loving children was clearly on his mind, so the idea of him adopting a young orphan feels like a natural first step. And given that she was the only family that he had, her
He is actually so cute, bro.
dying would be even more devastating to him, so he didn't let her die. Elliot took his dying daughter and preserved her inside a Poppy Playtime doll. In the most recent ARG, we've started receiving documents that discuss using organic parts, which would explain why Poppy's eyes look so real and why she has blood covering her voice box. Those were her real eyes. That was her real blood, used in a last-ditch effort to save the daughter. And shockingly, it worked. Poppy came to life. His beloved daughter returned to him. He locked her away in a room in the factory that was designed to remind them of their family home, far away from everyone else, preserved in a glass box where he could visit her,
not
keep
so
her
cute.
safe from anything else that might happen.
Nanostorm.
Over the next couple of decades, the company
Nanostorm, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you. Thank you so much.
hires more staff, like Leith Pierre as the head of innovation. They also release all sorts of popular toys like Brawn the Dinosaur, Boxy Boo, Candy Cat, and of course the company's next massive hit, the Blue Boy himself, Huggy Wuggy, followed quickly by Kissy Missy, because every Ken needs a Barbie.
Barbie has a great day every day, but Ken only has a great day if Barbie looks at him.
Despite that popularity, the company struggles to remain afloat.
When I look at this company we've built, I do not feel proud. Declining profits, failed experiments, people are constantly seeing things they shouldn't. How is that anything less than complete failure on our part? It's pathetic.
Those, dear theorists, are the words of Harley Sawyer.
I'm called the Doctor.
And he isn't just bringing up problems, he's also the man with the solution.
I'm here now with a solution. The Bigger Bodies Initiative. Giant toys. We can increase our workforce and simultaneously decrease the number of lawsuits and people on our payroll.
We can decrease the number of lawsuits. Oh.
The people we have working aren't people.
And the idea is all thanks to the one living toy that told us she started it all, Poppy. This leads us to the early 90s when the Doctor's plan is in full swing. It's here where we join him trying to recreate the magic that is Poppy, studying her in her little safe glass case and trying desperately to figure out how Elliot's daughter was able to continue living inside the doll. There are hundreds of experiments, one of which we see a report of on Elliot's desk in Chapter 2, Experiment 814. Based on the handwriting of this and several other notes, this appears to be a report written by the Doctor himself. And by this point, it's pretty darn clear what element of Poppy he's focused on. Quote, the experiment utilized a live rat. Rat was fed 3 portions daily for 2 weeks. At the end of the 2 weeks, the rat was killed and submerged into a poppy flower preservative gel mixture. 1 week later, an electric shock was applied to the rat in an attempt to revive it. The rat remained unresponsive. The Doctor suspects that poppy flowers and living parts are the 2 key factors to creating more living toys, but his experiments still wind up in failure. That said, the Doctor seems to have an idea as to why. Quote again, I still believe in the potential of the poppy flower. Perhaps something larger than a rat would yield different results. And in Chapter 2, Mommy Longlegs reveals exactly what he meant by that.
It was
Like a human.
so sad to see the kids go. They called me Mommy because I was the closest thing they ever had to one. But they come for games and never come back.
What's the difference between Experiment 814 and Poppy? Poppy wasn't a rat. She was a human, a child, an orphan. Orphans have no parents, which means if they go missing, there's no missing persons report.
They have no parents!
Or no investigations, because who would miss them? It was the perfect crime and the perfect answer to the Doctor's experiment. To facilitate this, the company creates Playcare, Playtime's own on-site orphanage, as well as the Game Station, a facility designed to test and improve the skills of the orphan.
Not the fucking organs, not the... Organs is still haunting me!
Children. In Chapter 2, we see reports that show us the improvement of one specific child's skills, and in those reports, we see that they've been assigned a toy that they'll soon become. It's at this point that the Bigger Bodies Initiative has a breakthrough. Using pieces of organic parts and machinery, they're able to create a prototype of what they wish to create.
Ew.
Experiment 1006.
The prototype seems to possess an unprecedented level of intelligence, beyond that of all other test subjects, as well as an alarming willingness to commit violence.
The tape goes on to describe Huggy Wuggy, Experiment 1170, as fully obedient, which led me to believe that there was something different about 1006. For him to be more intelligent means that he must have stronger cognitive function than the orphans. Children are easier to control. You can tell them what to do because you're an adult, an authority figure. But what if 1006 was a fellow adult? That might make it harder to control, especially if there's someone with supreme intellect and creative building skills.
The prototype seemingly disassembled the digital alarm clock within his room and utilized the battery, along with several other components, to create a laser pointer, which he then fired into the security camera, disabling it.
Who's an adult in this franchise that we know has the genius and creativity to make some of the most beloved toys in the world? None other than Elliot Ludwig himself. Now, initially, I theorized that he became 1006 because he was an adult who loved and cared for orphans. And so when he discovered that the Doctor was using him for his experiments, he went to shut the whole thing down, only for the Doctor to silence him. That's why 1006 is so aggressive towards the scientists in the tapes, and why he'd later lead the charge in an uprising against Playtime Co. that he would call the Hour of Joy, reminiscent of what he always wanted to achieve, bringing joy to children.
Though still missing, today's events are no doubt in relation to him.
But here's the problem. Since that theory, there's been a few pieces of evidence that tell us that Elliot was fully aware of the experiments happening on the orphans. There's an email that appeared in the most recent ARG, written by Elliot, that says, quote, one of those dang Huggy Wuggies is loose. For it to get loose, it has to be alive, meaning a child had to have been converted into a version of Huggy. This email would also disprove Elliot as being 1006, because Huggy Wuggy is Experiment 1170, and if these people have any respect for the scientific process, 1170 should come after 1006.
No way, crazy.
That said, that email has actually been redacted by Mob Games. It's no longer available in the ARG. Main reason? I suspect it's the date. It's labeled June 23rd, 1981. You see, Huggy Wuggy the toy wasn't even created until 1984, 3 years after that date. In his description in Project Playtime, it specifically calls out that he's, quote, a living giant version of the famous Playtime Co. toy. So Giant Huggy couldn't exist in 1981 if the toy he's based on didn't exist in 1981. Looks like the timeline's getting tricky to keep track of, even for the creators of the timeline. But while the evidence may not have panned out, I still think we can say... that Elliot was fully aware of what was going on. We hear Elliot Ludwig opening the Playcare in the teaser for Chapter 3.
We owe everything to these children. This company and its toys are nothing without them. That is why it is with enormous pleasure that as the founder of the Playtime Co., I announce Playcare, our very own on-site orphanage.
Did you hear that? We owe everything to these children. That to me sounds like someone who knows exactly what's about to happen to these kids. It's classic hiding the truth in plain sight kind of language. That being said, I wouldn't be so fast to say that my theory of Elliot being the prototype is totally debunked yet either. Well, this shows that he was fully aware of the experiments and therefore wouldn't have been angry with the doctor and what he was doing. It also doesn't stop him from being turned into the prototype. Consider this. We don't know how old Elliot is at any given point in the story. The best we have to go off of is that he was married at some point in the 1920s and divorced in 1930. The average age of a man getting married in the 1920s was around 25. So let's say that he'd been married a few years before divorcing and was now around 28 in 1930. That would mean that by 1990, Elliot would be around 88. So pretty old, but still kicking. So what if, rather than being got rid of and forced into the experiment, he was a willing participant in that experiment? We see in the VHS video restricted restoration that Playtime is okay with using adults, and specifically adults who are close to death. In Project Playtime's Phase 2 update, we hear the doctor say this:
Mortality is the curse of the weak.
Which lines up pretty well with the Chapter 2 death screen, May We Forget Death. Being in his late 80s, Elliot may have seen the writing on the wall, and while the Playcare was still being set up, he decided to offer himself to the experiment to prove the concept, to help him live forever and to continue seeing Playtime Co. thrive. But something happens that neither him nor the doctor expected. You see, there's an adult that's turned into Braun, known as Experiment 1199, and a key factor is that he isn't able to remember who he is or what happened to him. Whereas the other converted toys, the ones made from children, they seem to be able to remember at least something of who they were. They recognize that this character isn't a tortured child like them, and so they attack him. What if that's exactly what happened to 1006? An adult brain might just be unable to truly keep all its memories. Elliot doesn't remember exactly who he is. He's essentially back to his base mindset and instincts, and using his intellect, he's able to put together the pieces, seeing the pain of all the children as they were converted, leading him to lash out and become the evil mastermind that we know today. Despite all the violence and murder, the prototype is essentially a success. The concept of bringing inanimate objects to life using the life of another worked, and so they pressed on with the Bigger Bodies initiative, with their first major success coming in the form of an old toy from 1966, Boxy Boo.
Ew.
It was impossible, yet you defied all odds. The first of many. Naturally, you have proven my Bigger Bodies initiative a success.
And just in time, too. The doctor always wanted these bigger bodies to fulfill jobs around the factory, and there was a very specific job that he needed resolved, and fast.
Now, we need to start tailoring that appetite of yours to flesh. Where to start? Get me an update on the situation.
Rowan Stoll was the IT...
What did you say?
We need to start tailoring that appetite of yours to flesh.
Flesh?
Where to start? Get me an update on the situation.
Rowan Stoll was the IT guy for Playtime Co., and for a long time, that's all he was. In 1988, he fixed the puzzle pillars, those minigame towers that you find in Project Playtime, and in 1990, he fixed the phone service provider. Nothing major. That was until he started to notice something in early 1991.
Look, I know you don't want to hear any more about this. I get it. Sounds like a bad joke, huggy-wuggy staring at children. If some creep is hiding nanny cams in our mascot's eyeballs, then it's something that needs to be taken seriously.
What Rowan was seeing wasn't nanny cams. It was the latest of the Bigger Bodies initiative, 1170, and he was watching kids. That was his job. He was the newest security hire.
While we pride ourselves primarily on our high-quality toys and excellent child care, we also pride ourselves on our security.
Naturally, Playtime Co. wasn't a fan of Rowan figuring this out, and so they shut him down.
I just want to apologize. I was wrong.
But intimidation wasn't enough. Rowan kept digging. He was an IT guy after all, so he began to build an FTP server with all the information that he'd gathered, even after they sabotaged his car to try and make it seem like it was an accident.
They've been using all the money they've made to experiment on people. I have proof of it all. While security is out, I'm going to release everything and run.
But Playtime Co. couldn't allow that. The doctor couldn't allow that. And this is where Boxy Boo came in. When Rowan went to investigate, Boxy was waiting. And when the moment was right, sprung out and swallowed him whole. However, this wouldn't be the fate for all employees who defied Playtime Co. In the most recent ARG, we've received an email from the head of security about a dead staff member with puncture wounds in his abdomen, and likely hidden for weeks before being found. This seems to be referencing Rowan, who, even after death, continued to be a nuisance. Now they needed some sort of cover-up story for the police. So going forward, the doctor would correct his mistake. He would try a different approach, one that would make bad employees disappear.
What did the folder say?
Or the doctor would correct his mistake. He would try a different
Clan, maybe have a better cover.
approach, one that would make bad employees disappear permanently. In that final FTP dump from Rowan, we got a disciplinary notice for Patty Hall. This name has only come up once before, as an employee who sabotaged the paint machines, causing toys to be recalled and the company to lose profits. We see that for her disciplinary action, she was sent to Storage B by none other than the doctor. And the next time we see Storage B is in the restricted relocation video from 1995, a room filled with bloodied and dead toys, except for a giant kissy missy in the middle of the room. In that final FTP dump, Rowan specifically calls out that people are being experimented on. And then we find Patty Hall being sent to the place where we see a Bigger Bodies Initiative experiment. Coincidence? I think not. I think this was the fate of Patty Hall. She defied Playtime Co. and the doctor, and so he turned her into Kissy Missy, where there would be no more trace of her for police. Not all these experiments were complete successes, though. In a report from the newest ARG, we learn of experiments 1186 and 1187. And while we don't know exactly what went wrong, we do know that there were, quote, shortcomings. So it may not be that there are almost 200 living toys active in the factory, but rather that there are around 200 attempts, some of which were successful like Huggy Wuggy, and others that were less so. Regardless, that is a
Maybe that's why there's so many bloody toys. They're just random unsuccessful ones.
Lot of victims. And given that Rowan's report started in early 1991, and the latest experiment number we have is 1222 for Mommy Longlegs, who was invented before her toy was released in 1991, it means that all of this happened in a single year, 1991. You gotta appreciate the efficiency of these guys. And so they needed to develop a more effective way to infuse the orphans they'd acquired with the poppy mixture that was vital to the transformation process. So they invented something that we've seen throughout the teasers for Chapter 3, poppy gas. Like I mentioned earlier, poppies have been used throughout history to help kids sleep, and so converting it into a gas is the perfect way to not only get poppies into their bloodstream, but also to sedate them, get them to listen, obey, to sleep, not putting up any kind of fight. All you gotta do is give your staff members fun gas masks, like the Mickey Mouse masks from World War II, colored in Playtime Co.'s signature red and yellow so they appear less scary to kids. But they still needed a delivery method, a way to administer the gas to the kids, and this is where the newest ARG once again comes in with the answer. We've received a couple of reports from staff members of the Playcare that tell us a little bit more about the operation that was going on there. The one child that keeps coming
The background looks like Neopets, dude.
up in multiple reports is Theodore Gramble, who apparently was caught sneaking around the Playcare looking for files that a quote-unquote friend told him to find. Quote from the report, "I don't know his name. Nobody else knows he exists." Naturally, the counselor's suspicious of this, as the requests for files seem way too specific to be made by just a 7-year-old. A mysterious figure hiding in the shadows that kids don't know exist and is looking for files about the inner workings of Playcare? Sounds to me like Theodore is getting a visit from 1006, and that's exactly what's happening. Literally, as I'm writing this episode, we got another load of images from the ARG, and one of them is a drawing of Theodore sitting on his bed with a familiar black arm reaching out from under it. The prototype is using Theodore to try and stop the entire operation, to free the kids. But sadly, Theodore doesn't work out quite as intended. According to a transcript, he tried to escape, but something malfunctioned and he got electrocuted, stopping his heart and badly burning him. Fortunately, and unfortunately, there's a way to save him. At the same time all this was going on, Playtime was developing experiment 1188, based on one of their newest toy lines, the Smiling Critters, specifically the purple cat, Catnap. This experiment would have massive claws, be able to change its size, and be fitted with, quote, a gas delivery apparatus at the back of the esophagus. This toy was going to be the perfect way to administer the poppy gas to the kids at the Playcare. They just hug and play with their new favorite toy while it slowly released its hallucinogenic gas. And right at the bottom of the
drugs. Do drugs, kids.
Document on the name of potential candidates for conversion, who do we find? None other than Theodore. He had a horrible accident, maybe even close to death, so they gave him eternal life by turning him into the new villain for Chapter 3. In the Chapter 3 teaser, we see phrases like, "The original saved me, I rejoice in him," which are heavily implied to have been written by Catnap. He worships the original creation. He wishes to do nothing but serve him. Sound familiar? It's just like how the prototype, the original creation, spoke to Theodore, asking him to do things like finding files. gas. Theodore and his new gas powers were put to good use by Playtime Co. No child would ever step out of line like he did again. We see drawings from children about their new giant purple friend, but not all of them are happy. Some kids seem to have nightmares thanks to the red gas that comes out of their new friend's mouth. The worst case that we see is that of Marie Payne, whose sedation thanks to the poppy gas is so severe that she can't even wake up from the nightmares anymore. But while the employees caring for her seem concerned, clearly Playtime Co. got exactly what they wanted.
Dude, that's so fucked up. Can you imagine just like being stuck in a nightmare? You can't wake up.
Transfer request we find in the water treatment control room of Chapter 2, we see the name of the child that would eventually become Mommy Longlegs, Marie Payne. Mommy was eventually moved to the game station, mainly because her trauma at the hands of Playtime led her to be violent towards adults, but motherly and caring towards the children, which made her the perfect fit. Mommy is the last experiment that we know of at this time, experiment 1222, but I suspect that there are many more based on this photo that we got in the lead up to Chapter 2's release showing the company in its heyday, May of 1992, a year after Mommy Longlegs' creation. But there's still plenty of kids playing around at the game station, more kids to be trained up and taken to play care for sedation and conversion. But this is where the tides turn for Playtime Co. Later that year, Huggy Wuggy escapes the facility in the first of many incidents where the bigger bodies monsters start rebelling against the company under the command of 1006. This would come to a climax in 1995 with an event known as the Hour of Joy, a combined effort of all the toys united against the Playtime Co. staff. So far, all we've seen of this event is an analog video of Kissy Missy going missing with blood splatter and claw marks everywhere, but we know it doesn't just involve her. In the background of the tape, we can hear screaming from staff members in the factory, the same screams that are heard in the back of the final VHS tape from Chapter 1.
Coordination and cooperation is evidently within his skill set, as well as the skill set of all other experiments of his type. Though still missing, today's events are no doubt in relation to him.
1006 orchestrated the entire event, the Hour of Joy, bringing joy and freedom to the children that he failed all those years ago. With the Playtime staff now either entirely killed or kicked out of the facility, business essentially stops. However, the company tried to remain open in an unusual way. The spin-off title Project Playtime has us take control of extraction specialists, gathering toy parts to be extracted and turned into parts of the Bigger Bodies initiative.
Here's the job. You need to collect toy parts to make a giant toy. Get that giant toy on the train, then leave.
At this point in history, the Bigger Bodies toys are running the factory and hunting us down, trying to feed the many toys that remain, while also stopping us from making more monstrosities like themselves.
They are trying to build more toys, more like you. It has to be stopped.
It's not entirely clear how this part of the timeline ends. The game's still releasing phases with new VHS tapes and secret messages from 1006, all with the theme of, hey, we're the ones to blame for this.
We wonder who we are, but why? You should know. It was your doing that made us, we said that!
Which leads us all to today and the main game. You know, the game that we actually play. 10 years after the factory closed, we show up. A former employee determined to make things right.
But you worked here.
Regular employees like Rowan weren't aware of what was going on, so for Mommy to know us, we had to have been working at the game station, running experiments on these kids. We were some form of an executive here. Supporting this theory is the fact that there are 5 executive slides down to the game station in Chapter 2. We know all 4 of these characters, and the last one, well, the last one's missing a name. I believe that was our slide. If you take the letters on the floor and rearrange them, you don't really get any sort of clear-cut name. In a previous episode, I landed on Jamie B. Honey, only to realize after the fact that I'd accidentally swapped an A for an E. Plus, if you look closely, there are spaces for 5 letters on top and 6 letters on the bottom. The best I can come up with based on those new criteria is Ebony Jemiah. It's not great, so clearly it's still up for grabs. Regardless, I still maintain that we were the head of production for Playtime, the only department on this Chapter 2 floor that's left unaccounted for, with Eddie being the head of research, Stella being the head of play, and Leith Pierre being the head of innovation. We were directly involved in the production of these toys, and so we've come back to undo the sins of the past, or probably more likely, to bury them once and for all. We show up, we knock out Huggy, we free Poppy from her case, we split Mommy in 2 and get her dragged away by 1006, escaping the game station only for something to derail us outside of Playcare. And there you have it, folks, the complete timeline of Poppy Playtime so far. Almost entirely based on fact, with a couple of theories thrown in there that are very well supported at this point. How will Chapter 3 affect all this? Will we see Theodore the cat? Will the smiling critters be able to be saved, or is it too late for them? We're only a few weeks away, so time will tell. In the meantime, remember, it's not a good idea to use science to create living toys out of orphans, but it is a good idea to use science to get you to drink more water, and there's no one who does that better than our sponsor for today's episode, Era. These guys are using science for the good of mankind, turning boring old water into a delicious beverage that anyone can enjoy, without actually adding any sort of artificial flavorings, colorings, or preservatives.
Does he have one for chapter 3? Because I think this is up until chapter 3, right? So does he have one that's just chapter 3 then?
Game Theory made an updated timeline video last week. Chapter 4 released.
Oh, but it doesn't spoil chapter 4, does it? It's just up until chapter 4. So this one, right? Did anyone watch it? So is it up until chapter 4? Because chapter 4 wasn't out here yet, right? So he didn't have like a early access or anything like it. Okay, so it probably doesn't have spoilers.
What do you need to know before Poppy Playtime Chapter 4? It's been a whole year since the previous chapter, and in the meantime, Mob has done what they do best, giving out more lore than you can shake a mechanical...
Also, I had no idea this game had actual, like, proper lore. Of course it had some lore, but I had no idea it had actual lore.
Format. But don't worry, loyal theorists, because I have played the spin-offs, I watched every trailer, I even read the book. Also, you don't have to. Here is everything you need to know about the Poppy Play timeline. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that's ready to take its relationship with Poppy to the next level. We got nothing. No new character, no new trailer, not even a release date. That's right, just like Scott was releasing games so fast Matt couldn't keep up, not 5 minutes before our recent theory dropped, Mob Entertainment released a new trailer with a new character and a release date. 5 minutes? Are you kidding me? I'm convinced Poppy wasn't brought to life for lore reasons. It was to troll me for all eternity. I wouldn't be surprised if they did the same thing to us this week. Regardless, because of Mob's ridiculous and seemingly never-ending amount of content leading up to Chapter 4's release, it can be a little tricky to keep up with everything. We've had a book, 2 ARGs, a Roblox spin-off, and over a dozen teasers and videos. But if you're someone that's only played the games, or you just haven't subscribed to the channel yet, then there's been a whole year worth of story that you would have no idea about going into Chapter 4. So today, I'm going to give you all a hand and fill you in from the beginning with all the important names, dates, and lore Mob has given us, as well as a few theories of our own for good measure, all in one cohesive timeline. Now, this is a big task, so instead of doing this like our usual theories, I wanted to try treating this like our FNAF timeline. It's more story-focused, with references in the bottom corner showing thumbnails, books, titles, basically any citations that I'll be pulling from.
Should I maybe move to the other side if the video is gonna be based mainly in that side of the screen? I probably should, yes.
Also got this nifty little traffic light symbol in the top corner to clear things up. Green means what I'm saying are facts that we have physical evidence for. Amber means what I'm saying is theory, but it's supported by evidence. And red means it's speculation that makes sense for the story, but we don't have a lot of evidence for. So keep a close eye on your screens, theorists. It's time to analyze the history of this forgotten factory. Just be careful that the screen doesn't stare back.
Okay.
Playtime Co. was founded in the good old US of A in 1930. Quickly, it became one of the most well-renowned toy companies in the world, priding itself in making toys locally instead of overseas like its competitor Mattel. Yes, that Mattel.
Sorry, yes, the V-card banner thing is blocking. Hold up. It's blocking the traffic light. Hold up. Let me change it. Boop.
The ones who made Barbie.
I know exactly where you're going with this, and I have to say, I really resent it.
All of this success was thanks to one man, the founder of Playtime Co., Elliot Ludwig. All he wanted was to bring joy to children, but sadly, that noble goal meant that he spent all of his time at work, neglecting his own family, and his wife had had enough, divorcing him that same
That part
year.
we're aware
Nevertheless,
of.
Elliot pushed forward, though for 2 decades, he struggled to figure out the key to innovating the toy-making world, until finally he hit a breakthrough.
Fireworks! works.
In 1950, Elliot created a toy that would change the world forever. Poppy Playtime.
A little girl can talk to her. Poppy gives her answers. She is the first doll actually able to have a conversation with a child.
Not only that, but her hair also smelled like poppies, which had been used throughout history to help children fall asleep, making her an instant hit with the parents. How did Elliot achieve this incredible feat? Well,
all parents hate their children. They're like, please, just sleep. Please just fuck off.
Because Poppy wasn't just a plastic toy. Elliot used organic parts to make her, allowing Poppy to really seem alive. He just needed to add a quick no-refund policy to anyone who tried to fix the Poppy doll themselves, just to keep it under wraps. Thankfully, no one ever discovers this little secret of Elliot's. But Poppy sales alone can't keep the toy company afloat. So they release a handful of new toys, like Bron the Dinosaur in 1961 or Boxy Boo in 1966, though none of them really compare to Poppy in terms of popularity. But then, out of nowhere, tragedy struck. Since day one, Elliot had been encouraging his employees to adopt, to bring joy to children who had none of their own. And he lived by example, adopting a daughter of his own. Finally, the family that the family man had always wanted, until she passed away before his very eyes. There was nothing he could do to save her. All Elliot could do was take the biological knowledge he had and turn her into another organic Poppy doll, just so he could keep a part of her with him forever, so part of her could live on. Little did he know how successful that experiment would be. Somehow, his daughter's mind managed to survive the process. Naturally, Elliot is shocked by this. His daughter is back, living on inside this doll that he made. He couldn't let her fall out of his grasp again, so he builds a family home.
Santo, thank you for the raid. We planned on playing Poppy Playtime today, which didn't happen because I thought it was gonna be a 2-hour game. It was not. So we are catching up on Poppy Playtime lore. I played the games, but it's been years since like the first release, and the third chapter I never finished because I got soft locked in game after already restarting the game to begin with. So I never finished that because I kind of lost interest in the third chapter when playing it and dealing with its bugs. So we're catching up on the lore for tomorrow to have a banger day of playing Poppy Playtime and finishing it.
Home inside the factory storage bay and
We
locks her
binge-watch
inside a
Poppy
glass
lore.
case to keep her safe. He even adds a passage leading directly to his office so he can visit her whenever he or she wants. With his family now returned to him, his passion to strive for innovation was restored.
But with so much ambition, he rose back up and continued to fulfill his vision for the Playtime Co. toy factory.
The first thing he needed was more people like him. Smart, capable people that could help him continue to innovate and answer the toughest questions the world had to offer. Like, say, how was a child able to live on inside a doll, perhaps? But older minds are harder to shape. He needed people who still had some of that childlike wonder, and thus the Young Geniuses program was born. Elliot sent out flyers and posters similar to that of the time period, trying to gather young minds together to turn them into the scientists of the future, stamped with the logo he'd been using for Playtime since the early days. This attracted many young and bright individuals, including a brilliant, albeit slightly cold young man named Harley Sawyer. Harley was a peculiar character. He didn't care for his comrades, he hardly smiled, but one thing he clearly loved
he was
science,
German.
and Elliot took a liking to this strange boy. He may not have been normal, but neither was Elliot. He saw part of himself in Harley. This was the kind of kid he could take under his wing, mold into someone who could really shape the future, and maybe even catapult Playtime into the stratosphere of success. Unfortunately, that didn't quite work out. Harley never lost his distaste for others, and while he continued to pursue innovation, he was just doing so to push the boundaries of what could be done, not to help humanity like Elliot envisioned. That being said, Elliot didn't give up. He kept trying to change Harley's point of view, but no matter how hard he tried, it was no use. Harley could not change. Not here anyway. And so Elliot makes the hard decision decision to kick Harley out of the program, sending him home to the outside world to be around more people, hoping it will help him to understand why they do what they do. Harley was destroyed by this news. His hero, Elliot Ludwig, was abandoning him. All he could see Elliot as was soft, pathetic, and short-sighted, backstabbing him because he was too much of a genius for Elliot to understand. Though it didn't matter now. He had to do what he was told, and so Harley left the program, disappearing from the halls of Playtime Co. At least for now. Foreshadowing. As the years go by, more and more, Elliot feels like it's not really enough to just encourage his employees to adopt. There are still so many children that need a home, much like his own daughter did. And while the Young Geniuses program was good by taking on young people so late in their childhoods, even they were already stuck in their ways like Harley was. So, in 1976, Elliot announces a new program, Playcare, Playtime's own on-site orphanage, where he can continue to bring joy to children and educate them in the ways they should go, creating a mass of young, brilliant minds that could help lead the world to prosperity. While all those programs sound good on paper, and they were well received by the public, they were beginning to cost Elliot a lot of money. Poppy was the last big financial success, and that was over 2 decades ago. But he can't keep innovating in the toy world and run these programs on his own. He would need more staff. So he hires people like Stella Graber to run the Playcare, Leith Pierre as head of innovation, Eddie M.N. Ritterman as the head of research, and Jimmy Roth as the chief marketing officer. Their first assignment? Figure out how to stop the company from feeling, quote, old-fashioned. With all their powers combined, they try to get the company back on top, starting with the release of brand new toys like Candy Cat in 1979. They continue to release toys into the next decade. They try Swap-Em-Alls that you could mix and match like Cappy and PJ Pugapilla. They also try Kick Me Paul for some reason, but nothing could quite match the success of Elliot's original Poppy. That was until 1984, when Elliot had another idea. He went to the team, and shortly after, he releases the Blue Boy himself, Huggy Wuggy. Things were looking up. Huggy is such a big hit with the kids, it basically becomes the face of the brand. In the eyes of the public, Poppy was a long-forgotten memory. Long live Huggy! Of course, he has to capitalize off of this success by releasing Huggy's pink counterpart, Kissy Missy, 1 year later. She too is a huge success, just not as big as Huggy, obviously. Playtime Co. is on top of the world at this point. It's almost like they can do no wrong. But sadly, over the next half of the decade, their profits once again decrease. Sure, Huggy was successful, but just like Poppy before, you can't sustain an entire company off of a single toy, even if he has a cute pink girlfriend. They needed something new, and one of them had an idea. What if you create a bunch of toys as part of a set? That way, kids aren't buying just one toy, but several. Enter the Smiling Critters in 1989. God, that's so creepy, dude. Similar to Care Bears or Cabbage Patch Kids, these are small, cuddly toys with big personalities.
The what kids?
The Care Bears or Cabbage Patch Kids.
Ew. Who bought those? Ew, that look creepy as fuck.
These are small, cuddly toys with big personalities, but each one is unique, and so you would need to collect them all for the full experience. This was the perfect way to increase the dropping sales numbers Playtime was facing. Plus, to really capture the same appeal as Poppy and her poppy-scented hair, these critters would each come with their own unique scents, all with calming effects. Crafty Corn smells like jasmine, Bobby Bear Hug like rose. But would calming be enough? Poppy's hair literally put children to sleep. That's what made her such a hit with the parents in the 50s. They needed these smiling critters to do the same. So they get to work developing one more smiling critter. One with the advertised scent of lavender, a scent associated with sleep, but instead of actually using lavender, they would create a poppy gas that would actively put kids to sleep, just like Poppy did. They put the smoke inside the purple cat and gave him a name that tied into his sleepy powers, Catnap. And just to be on the safe side, Playtime Co. also commissions the creation of a Saturday morning cartoon featuring this new cast of characters, all begging Catnap to help them fall to sleep with his red smoke, showing
so
kids and
fucked up,
parents
bro.
alike that this is just what the toy is meant to do. Initially, everything is going according to plan. Sales for this new line of toys are great. They are flying off the shelves. Both parents and kids really seem to love these new adorable critters, except for Catnap. After a few weeks, doctors began reporting a rise in children suffering from intense nightmares that all started after they received their Catnap toys. In Playtime's desperation to mimic the sleep-inducing effects that Poppy had, they'd accidentally concocted something that, yes, put children to sleep, but also gave children horrible nightmares. Thankfully for Leith and the team, no connection was ever proven, but they still needed to save face. They recalled all of the
I need Poppy Playtime's legal team, bro. What does the traffic light do? Okay, green means it is 100% lore. Like, it's just part of the lore. It's in a book, in game, whatever the fuck. Yellow means it's more or less part of the lore, but there isn't evidence to support the entire statement. So there is like, yeah, green is just facts. Yellow is, it's based on facts. And red is speculations based on some facts, but you don't have enough facts to really back up the speculation. It's just a theory. So red is speculations based on facts and timeline and how things develop and how much info we have. Yellow is we have the facts to support something here, but we aren't 100% sure. Green is just pure facts. Green is entirely facts. Yellow is we're getting there, but we're putting one and one together based on things that aren't facts yet. And red is just like, okay, based on just theories and what happened before, after, in between, and tidbits, this probably is what happened.
Catnap toys, and Catnap was removed from the Smiling Critters lineup entirely. The Smiling Critters disaster put Playtime Co. in a bad spot. If they were going to survive the next decade, something needed to be done and fast.
Hear me out.
So Leith Pierre put his head of innovation status to good use and came up with an unusual but effective plan. He hired a private investigator, Jared Lockhart, to track down former members of the Young Geniuses program that Elliot had started decades ago. These people trained under Elliot. They were geniuses from a young age, and most of them had quite impressive careers. If anyone was going to be able to come up with an idea to save this company, it would be one of them. Sometime later, Jared arrives with the list.
Yeah, red is basically a theory. For example, I'm not sure if you noticed, but when they said that they made the yellow cat, the Catnap, it was one. They were like, and they made one more toy, and the traffic light went red. So I'm assuming that, logically speaking, as of now, it makes sense that there was only made one more toy of this line, because up until now, we haven't seen any extra toy of this line, but also there is no facts to support that there never has been any extra toys. Who knows, maybe in the future, in another game, a chapter or two, they will be like, oh, by the way, there was another toy of this line that never made it to the shelves because this and this, and now he's the next villain. So, just based on theory and common sense, they just make up stuff to fix the timeline, but it isn't supported necessarily. It's just,
And when it lands on Leith's desk, there is one
it's like
option
a gap
that
filler.
immediately catches his eye. Harley Sawyer.
Hello, boys! I'm back!
This guy was now certified by the American Board of Neurological Surgery. He was, by all accounts, a genius. And with Elliot using biological parts to make Poppy, a surgeon felt like the perfect fit. Leith presents this idea to Elliot for final approval. And while Elliot is hesitant at first, he does remember that Harley was the brightest of the bunch back in the day. And maybe all these years away have taught him the lessons he was hoping he'd learn. Do it. With that approval, Leith reaches out to Harley on January 15th, 1990, giving him an offer to come come and join Playtime Co. once again. And strangely, despite the hurt Elliot caused him all those years ago, for some reason, Harley accepts the offer. Immediately, he begins showing the level of promise they were hoping for from this recruit. He sees the problems at Playtime Co., the public outcry, the declining profits, and he came up with an idea that would fix everything.
Giant toys. We can increase our workforce and simultaneously decrease the number of lawsuits and people on our payroll if the people we have working aren't people. Put me in charge of it, and I will save this company.
Leith makes Harley head of special projects, and together they begin hiring other scientists to help with the development of the Bigger Bodies Initiative. Some of them are fellow Young Genius alumni like Dr. Bruno White and Dr. Carmine McKay, but others are just young and eager biologists looking for their first big break, like the owner of the orientation notebook, PW. From here, the company begins their experiments. Harley takes the new scientists to observe and study the Poppy doll that he remembered being in the storage bay from his days in the Young Geniuses program. He told them to use her as the blueprint to bring toys to life.
I am the cause. Being able to exist as a doll, it has killed so many people.
Everyone works diligently to try and recreate the magic of this one Poppy doll. But after 814 experiments, it's clear that things aren't working with simple rats. They need to try something bigger. They need to repeat what Elliot did. They need to use children. Harley delivers the note to Elliot as one of his many updates on the program, but once again, Elliot is torn. Up until this point, these experiments weren't really all that bad. It was just a few hundred rats that suffered the consequences. But now, he had a choice.
Just a few
He
rats.
spent his life trying to bring joy to children, to give them a home, somewhere they could grow.
Sky, thank you for the raid. I got your card. I got your card, girl. Hello, Sky. How you do? I almost got a full set of Sky. Almost. I'm missing one more hollow. Hello. How you do? Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Sky. Thank you. Yeah, I almost have a full set, but I'm getting more boxes. I'm getting more boxes, Sky. You will be a completed on my binder. And I thought I got your artist card too. That's right.
Grow and overcome the odds. Harley still couldn't believe this soft old man.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna play Puppy Playtime today, but I have some lore to catch up on, so we're watching game theory lore. Yeah, I need some more boxes, bro. I need more boxes. It is time. Jack, go follow Sky, please. She is amazing artist. Thank you. She is beautiful. We pulled a bunch of her cards. I think I even have a fucking dupe of yours. I don't know if you drew yourself yet, but let me check my dupe box. I have a box that's just dupes and nothing but dupes. I think I might even have a dupe of yours. Fuck, I lied. I did not have a dupe. I lied. I did not. I'm sorry. But maybe I'll still get one. I know Buska has your card as well, but he is collecting his own set. No, I don't have a dupe, unfortunately. Unlucky. Zoop. Back in the box you go. I have my dupe box I'll bring to TwitchCon so I can complete my binder with all of these dupes that people can scavenge through. Yeah, I lied. I lied. I'm sorry. I bought a box and never got it. Okay. Jake, I'm gonna hold your hand while I say this. Jake, I love you. You're lovely. But you bought a box Friday night. Just be patient. Jake, it's been barely 2 days. It's barely been 2 days. I love you. I am so glad you're so excited, but like you're gonna have to wait a hot second. It's the middle of the weekend. You're gonna have to wait a moment or two. I'm sorry you're still waiting, Jake. As soon as we invent teleportation, Jake, I'm telling you, they will all be at your doorstep the second you press the fucking buy button. I'm sorry you're still waiting, but depending on what edition you got your hands on, if it's a first edition or a pre-order edition, you're gonna have to wait a few more days or weeks, depending on which edition. Because the first edition in the warehouse going out as soon as they can, and the pre-order edition will ship 12 to whatever weeks after pre-order.
More important to you, these children or the business you spent
both?
decades building?
I don't... Did you make 2 separate orders? You must have, right? Maybe? If you got both in 2 separate orders... Oh god, my fucking hiccups. You will probably get one of them, hopefully soon. And then the pre-order will take quite a while. But yeah. Then it must have been separate, right? I'm not sure how the buying process went because they went out of stock for a while, so I'm not sure how it went, but it was probably a different order. So the first edition box, it'll hopefully arrive soon, Jake. Fingers crossed you don't live overseas, so shipping doesn't take an extra while, but yeah.
Which people rely on for their own families. Mortality is just a curse on humanity anyway. If we can figure this out, all these orphans who had suffered would never grow old or sick. They could live forever and keep bringing joy to other children for centuries to come. It was not an easy decision, but this argument from Harley does sway Elliot. With that permission in hand, the senior staff of Playtime Co. set about building the Game Station, a facility designed to test the orphans' physical and mental abilities, pairing them with a specific toy, and if they were deemed ready, taken away for conversion.
They'd come for games and never come back.
As part of this process, they utilized the red smoke that they made for the catnap toy. Where previously poppy gels had failed, gas is a much more effective way of getting the mystical powers of the poppy flower that helped bring Poppy to life into the bodies of these orphans. They installed shower heads throughout the playcare to distribute the gas, but it wasn't the most effective solution. Kids could see them and what they were doing. They became wary of going to bed. An alternate solution would need to be found. However, they had other problems to deal with. Over the last few years, there had been one employee that had been causing Playtime Co. a lot of trouble. They weren't ruining their plans as such, they were just a bit of an administrative headache. That man was Rich Lovitz. Initially, he was working in the storage room and he seemed to be on board with the general Playtime mission, appreciating the good this company did for the orphans. Sadly though, Rich had a habit of losing his temper with management, and so he was demoted to the rejected toy room, which, as you might imagine, he took really well.
After years of being ignored, the company actually heard all my complaints. I guess my words must have really inspired them to take action, because the next day I got demoted down here to the freaking island of misfit toys!
Of course, Playtime Co. had to demote him again, putting him to work in construction in the caves beneath the factory. Down here, in relative solitude, he was able to recognize his shortcomings and, with the help of his new supervisor, began to improve, even to the point of getting promoted. At first, this seemed great for Playtime Co. A reformed employee. The system worked. That was until Rich continued being promoted and began learning what was really going on with the orphans. He cared for these kids. That was the one good thing he had going for him from the beginning, and so he begins flying off the handle once again. The problem was now he knew too much. He could actually cause a problem for Playtime Co. if he went to the authorities. They couldn't just fire him anymore. They needed to get rid of him. And with the Bigger Bodies initiative well underway, as well as Harley's requests for bigger subjects, they had an idea. They took Rich and used him as a guinea pig, turning him into the first semi-successful experiment 1006, which they dubbed the prototype. Not a toy as such, more a mix of mechanical and biological parts. It lacked the ability to speak, but was able to mimic voices of others to communicate. Playtime Co. was finally seeing success and removing a problem at the same time. But Rich, now 1006, wouldn't forget what had been done to him, nor what they were doing to the orphans. He just needed to bide his time and wait for the right moment to strike. Playtime Co. continued their development of the Bigger bigger bodies, but they struggled to find the success they'd had with 1006, usually unable to reactivate their brains after surgery. That is when Harley decided to try something different. He decided to make the bigger body physically bigger, rather than just trying to match the size of the test subject. It flew in the face of all logic, but he needed to try something, and the crazy part is, it worked. They created Experiment 1160, Boxy Boo, and this discovery opened up a new world of possibilities for the future. At this point, several orphans are showing promise in the game station, although there was one that caught Harley's attention specifically, Quinn Navidson. He was a pretty average kid, except he had a strange obsession with removing the heads off of all of his toys. However, Harley didn't see this disposition as a weakness. It was something he could take advantage of, manipulate to get his scores higher and make him a more successful bigger body down the road. Harley spends some one-on-one time with Quinn, convincing him that he understands Quinn better than most and asking him to just simply apply himself at the next assessment. And next time, Quinn's scores did improve in most areas, although his intelligence seemed to wane a bit, but not enough to stop the inevitable. In August 1990, Quinn became Experiment 1166. Yarnaby. He was strong, agile, swift, but his intelligence still wasn't where Harley wanted it. He saw him more like a dog, which, while not ideal, could be useful for protection.
I remember that
the more
one.
bigger bodies they made, the more things there were that could kill him and stop his progress. So Harley isolated Yarnaby, making Yarnaby loyal only to him. Around that same time, another orphan named Theodore Granville began causing some mischief in the playcare, breaking into rooms,
It's chapter
stealing
4?
files,
Oh,
even
it's a
stealing
trailer.
grab pack. When questioned about it, he just said it was his friend that told him to do those things. The staff just assume this friend is of the imaginary persuasion, but in reality, it was very real. 1006 had found a way out of containment and was using Theo to help them escape. Once it had all the information, 1006 and Theo made a break for it. Though, due to Theo's inexperience, he accidentally overcharges the electrified grab pack hand and electrocutes himself. At this moment, 1006 has a choice. Gain the freedom it wants or save Theo. It chooses the latter. It gives Theo over to the Playtime Co. scientists and turns itself in to be locked away once again. Now, there is only one way the scientists are able to save Theo, and on November 11th, 1990, the bigger body Catnap was born. Experiment 1188. He was put into the playcare because he was able to release the red gas just like the toy, and the kids would, hopefully, be much less suspicious of this big friendly toy than a typical showerhead. Again, Playtime Co. was killing two birds with one stone. The bigger bodies initiative was now in full swing. Between Catnap and Yarnaby, Huggy was created.
Like, look at this shit. It's so creepy, bro.
Than a typical showerhead. Again, Playtime
Look at that
Co.
fade
was
out.
killing
Look at
two
that
birds
shit.
with
Ew,
one
creepy.
stone. The bigger bodies initiative was now in full swing. Between Catnap and Yarnaby, Huggy was created, and in 1991, he was put to work as Playtime Co.'s new security measure, though his wandering eyes were noticed by an employee who wasn't supposed to know anything, Rowan Stoll. Rowan wanted to get to the bottom of what was going on, and over the course of a few months, began to figure out exactly what Playtime Co. was doing. When he threatened to leak what he'd found to the public, Harley put his bigger bodies to good use.
Now, we need to start tailoring that appetite of yours to flesh. Get me an update on the situation with Goldstone.
That same year, another orphan, Marie Payne, began suffering from unwakeable nightmares thanks to Catnap's gas, leading to the latest experiment we know of to date. Experiment 1222, Mummy Longlegs. She was violent towards the staff, but kind towards the kids, making her the perfect guardian for the game station. And by May of 1992, the game station is in its heyday. Everything is working as planned. But one person is still causing problems. Elliot Ludwig had put a picture up in his office that one of the kids had given him of the game station and Mummy Longlegs. But when he sat there and looked at it, those decisions that had led to this point, they began to weigh heavy on his shoulders. He still felt that Harley's pursuit of innovation for the sake of it wasn't right, but the rest of the senior team seemed to be all for him, and it was hard to deny that the company was seeing success. Regardless, he knew he needed to put some kind of safety measure in place, something to keep Harley in check, just in case his worst fears came true. So he promoted one of the fellow scientists and Young Geniuses graduate, Dr. Bruno White, to become Harley's superior. Once Harley found out, he could think of this as nothing more than another betrayal from Elliot. And this time, he'd had enough. Elliot was too soft to keep things moving forward. He needed to be got rid of, just like every other problem employee they'd faced. One day, both the staff and the public were informed that Elliot Ludwig had passed away, but Harley Sawyer was the only one who knew the truth about what
Unfortunately,
happened. Thanks to Dr. White's
passed away.
promotion, Harley's involvement in things slowly became less
Coincidentally.
and less, leading Harley to become more and more frustrated and driving him more and more insane, until
Not
one day
stage at
he
all.
decided
Nope.
to take matters into his own hands. During a guided tour of the factory in 1993, fires break out in the theatre, causing casualties all across the facility. Obviously, Leith Pierre is furious. Now he has to clean up the mess, taking care of any potential witnesses.
Oh,
this
no.
is not the kind of publicity Playtime needed. He brings back their private investigator Jared to figure out who is to blame, and true to his word, he gets them an answer.
Dr. Harley Sawyer.
After spouting rhetoric about one bad day and being betrayed by Elliot all of those years ago, Harley had finally gone full Joker and set the theatre ablaze, baptizing everyone in the flames that he was working so hard to save them all from with his Bigger Bodies initiative. As Leith had suggested, Harley needed to be punished, but he can't justify the usual methods. Harley is an undeniable genius, and it would be a shame to lose such a brilliant mind when they definitely still needed him. The Bigger Bodies, while alive, were temperamental and hard to control. They needed to keep perfecting the process. This also meant turning Harley into a bigger body wasn't an option either, as he too would likely lose his mind. And that was when it hit them. Instead of turning Harley into a bigger body, why not turn Harley into a digital consciousness? They could focus all their attention on keeping his mind alive without the need for a working body. That way, Harley could still help them and guide the scientific process, but he couldn't physically cause any problems.
That's so fucked up.
It was perfect. By
They made
1994,
a
this
Harley
plan is
AI.
underway. The party line is that Harley is just out, maybe on a sabbatical or something. And in 1995, the new Playtime automated companion is up and running, ready to meet with scientists like PW. The system would end up being shut down after May of that year, but regardless, it was another success for Playtime Co. However, as we've seen time and time again, pride cometh before the fall, and this next fall would be the biggest Playtime had ever seen. Behind the scenes, while Playtime Co. had been dealing with Harley, 1006 had been plotting. They'd been gathering all the toys together and promising them the thing they all wanted: freedom. They formulated a plan to take back the factory from Playtime and kill all those who'd helped turn them into monsters. They called it the Hour of Joy, and on August 8th, 1995, they executed that plan. They attack everyone: scientists, tour guides, construction workers. It didn't matter. They were all responsible. They all needed to die. The toys drag the bodies into the depths and slowly consume them to satiate their hunger. Only a small few managed to escape the carnage, Leith Pierre being one of them. Despite the insane loss the company was facing, he kept insisting Playtime Co. continue their work. He began recruitment efforts for a resource extraction team, people that would go back into Playtime Co. and collect the parts they needed to keep making bigger bodies. But eventually, the rising pressure from the public over the mysterious disappearance of the staff, their friends and family, was too much for even Leith to handle, and he shut down the factory for good. Nearly a decade passed, and the Playtime Co. factory, as well as all that happened there, had largely been forgotten. The world had simply moved on. But in 2002, deep in the bowels of the factory, something or someone was coming back online. Harley had awoken from his mysterious slumber. Ironically, just as he'd always stated, his conversion had actually saved him from death. Unlike his former colleagues, he realized the opportunity he had. There was no one left to stop him. His plans could continue, he could save the rest of humanity from their mortal coil and convert them all into living, eternal toys. So he began hacking into the rest of Playtime Co's systems, taking control of all communications that were coming in and out of the factory. His plan would come to fruition. At the same time, the bigger bodies also remained in the factory, waiting for the prototype to save them as promised. But food supplies were running short. Some of them began to lose their faith that salvation would ever come. Dog Day was one such toy, and 1006 quickly made an example of him. This type of threat, however, wouldn't work forever, and 1006 knew that. It needed to make progress. It was still trying to create its perfect body, but it just didn't have the know-how. Rich was just a simple construction worker. Sure, he could do some cool things with tech, but biology was a whole other ballgame. It needed help. So in 2005, it writes a note saying that the employees that went missing were actually still in the factory, waiting to be rescued. And it sends it to the only person that's not only around to hear it, but would actually care enough to make the trip. The player character, PW. PW didn't show up for work on August 8th, 1995. They were still alive, and more importantly, they actually cared about their fellow employees. If there was a chance their colleagues were still around, they needed to help them. Now, as a former employee, they knew their way around the factory. They knew where this flower was that they'd been pointed to. They just had to get there, while also trying to avoid an unpleasant reunion with one of the many bigger bodies they'd helped create. Huggy Wuggy. PW finds Poppy behind the flower, in the same room she always was, although there are now messages around the room warning them not to trust her. Regardless, once they open the case, Poppy agrees to help PW escape. See, she's not that bad at all. Only Mummy then shows up and kidnaps Poppy. After beating all of Mummy's games, PW returns to Poppy and takes her to the train, only for Poppy to now change her mind and stop PW from leaving.
I'm sorry, I can't let you leave.
They really should have trusted the signs. The train crashes in front of the playcare, and with some surprising help from Poppy, Kissy Missy, and their ally Ollie, who may or may not be the prototype mimicking a child's voice to trick us, PW makes their way through the playcare. Together, they defeat Catnap and begin the long trip down into Playtime's prison. But Kissy doesn't make the trip. She is killed by something on their way down. What the fuck? All of this time, Harley has been watching through the security cameras, making his way down to the prison just a bit ahead of them to reunite with Yarnaby and lay whatever traps he has in store for us down in the depths, along with the nightmare critters, Pianosaurus, and a toy made from Play-Doh, Doughy the Dough Man. And that, loyal theorists, is the entire timeline of Poppy Playtime so far. Boy, this franchise is getting big. This is probably the last time I'll be able to do an entire timeline in one video. I mean, look at that runtime. Though, I have to say, it is refreshing that outside of a few bits of connective tissue, most of what we've talked about today are either things Mob has told us directly, or we have a lot of evidence to support. The only real details that are super speculative are things like when the Young Geniuses program started, or why Elliot agreed to start using children in the experiments. We said that the Young Geniuses program started in the 60s, but it could very well be the 50s based on the logo. Maybe they were even the ones that helped make the first Poppy dolls. But so long as Harley joins the company early, leaves, and then comes back to cause a bunch of problems, it doesn't really matter which decade it takes place. The same thing goes for Elliot's change of heart towards the orphans. We've got no evidence saying why he made the decisions he did. We may discover his reasoning in the future. It's just not going to change the order of events because we have set dates of when things have to happen. But there you have it, friends. Everything you could possibly need to know going into Chapter 4. And I don't know about you, but now I'm even more excited to see where all this goes.
You know what? Now I'm curious. Poppy Playtime Chapter 4 trailer. Joey the Dough Man. Ew.
Down here, it's not like anything you've seen above. It's hell. And Playtime wanted it to be.
Now what's this? They call him the Doctor. He works with the prototype, commands everything down here. Hunting us, starving us.
There are no places you can hide.
Oh no! Chapter 4 stealth! Stealth game?
I've got something special and more.
I need to make this right.
Let's make a game of you.
Hurry! Let us in! He's outside!
I failed you.
You lied to me!
Hiya there, pal. Follow me.
How about no? Yeah, how about I don't? Yeah, how about I don't do that? And we have a Yarnaby trailer as well. Apparently, silent voices in this game, if you didn't know. I can't escape this bitch, can I? You know what? Just take over everything. You know what? Just ruin all the games for me. Can I not fucking sim for a male character ever again? Because, oh no, maybe Sayo voice is him. Fuck you, Sayo! Piece of shit! Stop it! I wish to sim for lovely men again. This idiot voices everything! All the time! Fuck! Oh, I can't even make fun of cute little monster toys anymore. The party voices like 5 of them! Even I'm voiced by Sayo at this point. I thought you knew. Nah, dude. But at this point, I might as well just assume he's in every single fucking game I ever play. Cause he is! Yeah, I'll be like, oh my god, cute male himbo. And then I just hear... Hi. I'm like, fuck it! It's fucking Sayo again! Piece of shit! Ah. Ew. Ew, why is he like... Uh-oh. Oh. Nice. Oh, how nice. Okay, hear me out. No, no, no! I won't be hearing anyone out! Oh, cute Demigorgon doggo! No! Stop it! We won't be hearing anyone out on this shit! No! He doesn't bite. Oh, he don't bite. No, he don't bite. He don't bite. He don't bite. He don't bite. can't wait for you to make this exact joke when you play. Fuck you, bitch! Just a nibble. Just a little nibble. He's just playing. He's just playing, chat. It's 1 fucking a.m. Let's go, bitch. It's time. Ego bitch, chat. It's time. Bitch. Ego bitch, chat. It's time. Bitch. I go. Dun 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 dun. Who to read? Who to read?
Good night, pretty Lily. You always make me happy. I love you so
Good night,
much.
good
Shiny
night.
love.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you, thank you. We can rate Henya.
Thank you for today's stream,
Thank
Lily.
you, Vika.
Thank you for the chill vibes. Was so fun having a long yap session. Now we are all hyped for you to play Morrow Yum.
We had a good,
Have an amazing
good
night,
sesh.
everybody. Shy.
A good sesh.
Apparently chapter 4 is between 4 and 6 hours long, depending on how fast you are.
I'll probably
I'm
be
excited
closer
for
towards the
tomorrow's
6-hour mark. Usually, I like taking my time. I like rushing things. I like to add time for reaction, time to just stare at things and go or you know. So it's gonna be a long stream tomorrow. It's gonna be closer towards 6 for sure. Yeah, and then I'll get stuck at a puzzle or at a chase or something like that. It'll be a while. It'll be 6 hours for sure. It'll be 6. Yeah. I chat. Yeah, and box. Maybe I
Lily
soft lock
and
myself
chat,
again and have to
thank you
restart
for quality
twice.
time together. At morning, I going back
Thank
on
you,
my
Nabil.
deployment, so gotta go sleep too. We'll see you all do well and sound when I go back. Good night.
Good night, good night.
Your voice makes your yap sessions all the more pleasant.
Thank you,
Marty,
Dad.
so cute,
Appreciate
shy
that.
love.
Thank you so much.